All right, guys. What's up, team? Hope you guys are doing well today. Let me get. Hold on. Can y'all hear music? You shouldn't be able to. We got the SPY pumping up after big drops yesterday. The E-mini is up. The Q is up. Dollar index is down. Disney up. Google up. Hey, what's up, Manuel? Today is jobless claims day. Okay, thank you. No D. I need 20 of a time. Hold on. Let me get the music playing. All right, there we go. Now you should be able to hear the music. But yeah, today is jobless claims. They get released at 8:30 today. Markets are pumping up. Shit. What's up, Ace? Rod Wave's good, man. I like Rod Wave. It's peaceful music, man. You know. SPY up to 378.60s. We got the E-mini up there at 38.27s. We've got the Q at 262s. Big drops yesterday. Everything tanked yesterday, but then quickly rebounded today, this morning. So we're basically, you know, not down that much from yesterday. Jobless claims are going to highly influence everything. Tesla, let's take a look. Wow. Tesla all the way back up to 118. So Tesla is dragging the market up, which is great. That's what we want. I mean, it's time. What's the news here? So some analysts saying that Tesla will further dominate the EV market in 23. Don't be too bothered by stock market craziness, Musk reportedly tells Tesla employees. Elon Musk tweeted late Wednesday, significant back-end server architecture changer rollouts. Twitter should feel faster, he says. He urges Tesla workers not to worry about share price. He tells employees that Tesla is going to be the most valuable company on earth long-term as he rallies support for big quarter-end push. So, yeah, is that the news? Is there anything else out today besides Elon Musk basically being like, yo? Yesterday was the last day of tax harvesting. Yeah, for sure. I got to get my 1099s out. I got until the last day of January, but still. Yeah, what's up, Beach? We're going to do a poll today. Does jobless claims come in higher or lower than expected? Or bullish or bearish on today's jobless claims data, I guess is what we should say. What's up, Joe? Also going to do a Twitter poll with the jobless claims data coming out today. All right, guys. So my dad got me this mug. Check it out. It is the USS Kid. Apparently, it's the missile, you know, that they use on the USS Kid. Honestly, it's keeping my coffee hot this morning. That's good. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to do a Twitter poll as well here, team. All right, guys. Now, y'all do me a favor, hit the like button as well. Yeah, it really is about 100 words per minute. It's a little bit less. So it's a little bit less, but when I test myself, it's usually like 85. The best I've gotten was like 90 something, like close to 100. I've gotten over 100 actually. I think I've gotten 103 before. You know. All right. What's the expected jobless claims numbers? It looks like expected is 225,000. Crude oil inventory is expected to come in at minus 1.52. All right, so we're going to do a poll right now. The poll is going to basically, so we got a Twitter poll going. All right, so we got this poll going live. If you want to vote on the Twitter poll, it's there. 61% are bullish so far, 59% are bearish. Now, like, watch. It's called typing test. So this is the one I've used before. Like, watch. Hold on, let me get rid of some of these. So, like, this is the one I've used before. Man, I messed it up. This is a bad one. See, I can do it until I'm forced to do it. See, that's the best I could do right now, which is 82 per minute. That one I messed up a bunch of times on, but like on my best runs, I could probably do like 105, really, something like that. It's close, you know. But like on my good runs, it's like 100 plus words per minute. Like I think I got 108 was the best one I ever had, you know. So like I'm close. Definitely top 3 typers in the world right now. I mean that was obviously coming here, but yeah, I hadn't really had my coffee yet either. Honestly, they just threw some words in there that I just don't use that much, like elephant. If it's basic words that I type normally throughout the day, like jobless claims, it would be much faster too. All right, so 75% on the Twitter poll so far say over 225. 25% say under 225. If you want to vote on our Twitter poll, here's my Twitter page. Yeah, that's right, Serdar. If it asked me to type that, bro, I'd be fast, man. All right, market's ripping up today. Again, it all depends on the jobless data here. This jobless data is what it all relies on, to be honest. This is the big data. This is what we want to pay attention to. All right, but yeah, Tesla, is there any other justification for Tesla ripping up this morning? Like Tesla ripped all the way up past its levels before, you know? So like Tesla ripped all the way up over its highs from yesterday. The highs from yesterday were like 116. You know, it's up to like 120 almost right now. It's at like 118.50s. It hit 119.50s. All right, guys. So yeah, Google back up to 87s. Looks good. You know, Disney back up to almost 85s. That looks good too. Spy back up to 378s. Tesla dragging the whole market up, which is lovely. This is what we want to see. What's Apple doing today, man? That's the real question. Like, where's Apple at in all this? The drops yesterday were profound. We do have jobless data coming out today. Hopefully, it comes in way higher than expected. You want the market to go up. Hopefully, it comes in way higher than expected. That's what you ultimately need if you want it. You want it to come in way higher than expected. You know, it comes in way higher than expected. People gain confidence in markets. Yeah. So we wanted to go up. We wanted to come in noticeably higher than expected. We'll see if it actually does. AMC GameStop drop. Well, they're mostly just following the market, to be fair. I think everybody's been talking about CEI. CEI, terrible company. CEI got split here. So like CEI did a split and like ran up and then fell back down to $2 a share. What was the 50-to-1 split that happened? Was it CEI? Yeah, it was CEI. Man, CEI just looks like a train wreck. What was the other penny stock everybody's been pumping up in here for a while now? Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, my mic probably sounds horrible right now. Thank you, Pawn. You're the only one that noticed. Oh, thank you, sir. That should, my voice probably sounded horrible. That should be way better, right? That sounds way better, right, team? Yeah, so Tesla flying the market up. Hey, you love to see it. I forgot to post the Discord the last couple days. Today should be fun. We're going to get our timer out here. All right, guys. So it is 6:30 market time. Data doesn't come out for about an hour and 57 minutes. So I gotta hurry up. We're just gonna do 56:45. We're gonna start the timer. Right now. All right, so there's the timer. That's when the actual jobless claims data comes out per the time. Does it sound worse now? Does it really sound worse now? Am I just getting trolled here? Is my sound actually worse now than it was? Because the mic you guys were hearing was my webcam mic right here. You know, like that's the mic y'all were hearing before. All right, guys. So jobless claims data. So Tiffany Fong said last night that she met with Sam Bankman-Fried last night. She hasn't written anything thoughtful about their conversation, just sharing because getting some questions about this. Still in holiday mode and I'm visiting family in San Fran at the moment. So please be patient. So this is a crypto person. She's followed by Sam Bankman-Fried though. All right, guys. So yeah, Kramer saying some crazy stuff on Twitter too. Tesla bouncing back up over 118s. We got the SPY at 378.60s here. Yeah, Tesla flying up. Top 3 voices in the world right now. Hey. Okay, thank you. Mullen was the other one. Yeah, I mean, I like Mullen a little bit more than some of these other ones, just because it's actually like a real company. I still think the odds of Mullen's long-term success are very, 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 very low. And I think best case scenario for Mullen is maybe it gets bought out. You know, I think if it gets bought out, you know, some good stuff could happen to it. But like, hey, thank you, Trinity from Michigan. Hey, welcome. I love Michigan, man. Michigan's fun. No D. I need 20 every time. There we go. All right, guys, we're starting to gap up a little bit. SPY at 378.60s. We got the Q up there as well. So tech gapping up some too. Pretty decently gap up here. SPY gapping up. Apple gapping up. Are there any blue chip large cap companies that are not gapping up, guys? List them here. Mullen is gapping up today. They just delivered the first EVs to Europe. Yeah, I've lived in Michigan before. I've lived in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Michigan. My stepdad is Canadian, you know, so I lived in Batchewana, Canada. I lived in Sault Ste. Marie, Canada. I lived in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan for a while. So I mean, yeah, I like Michigan. My mom, my wife's family is also from Michigan, so we go out there from like Sawyer area, like the Sawyer area. Yeah, I love Michigan, man. All right, guys. So 8:30, the jobless claims data starts. You can see we have this timer here. In an hour and 50 minutes is when the data comes out. 1 hour and 50 minutes is when the data drops, guys. So y'all be ready. Hey, nice Trinity. So what makes you an Astros fan? Does something have to make me an Astros fan? I mean, I'm in Houston. I've lived in Houston for 12 years. You know, so I mean, naturally, I'm gonna root. Plus, I mean, I'm also from Louisiana. You know, originally, like I'm from Louisiana. We don't have a baseball team in Louisiana, so everybody in Louisiana reverts to being an Astros fan. Okay, like everybody in Louisiana roots for the Astros. It's like, you know. SPY at 378.50s, Tesla at 117s. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Blue Jays too. You know, Vladdy Guerrero, he's probably one of the GOATs right now.
So I like the Blue Jays too. You know, Bo Bichette's really solid too. I like him. But I'm rooting for the Astros. Astros are just the best team in baseball right now. You know, like that's just clear. The Padres might give us a run. If the Mets end up locking down Correa, they might give us a run. But like, Astros best team in baseball right now by far. All right, so we're starting to pull back a little bit in markets here. Tesla at 117, so we're getting a dip. I might buy this dip on Tesla when I can. Yeah, the Padres are gonna be a beastly team next year. Just to show you the Padres lineup, bro. Padres lineup, they got Tatis, Juan Soto, Xander Bogaerts, Manny Machado, Matt Carpenter, Yu Darvish, Kim Song, Seth Lugo, Joe Musgrove, Trent Grissom, Josh Hader, Blake Snell, Austin Nola. That's a pretty solid team. Drew Pomeranz. That's a crazy good lineup, dude. You know, just the first five here. You know, Tatis, Soto, Bogaerts, Machado, Carpenter. That's pretty solid. You know, that's a scary lineup, bro. I don't like pitching to any of those people if I'm a pitcher. You know, you got Tatis right hand, Soto left-handed, Bogaerts right-handed, Machado right-handed. I think Carpenter might be right-handed too. He might be left-handed though, but I think he's right-handed as well. A lot of righties there, but still not a fun lineup. I know Tatis is going to be suspended for a few games once he returns as well, but that's still a pretty scary lineup, bro. You know, I think the easiest way to get, I mean, yeah, so they're going to have Austin Nola, Jake Cronenworth, Ha-Sung Kim, Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, Fernando Tatis, Juan Soto, Trent Grissom. Do they have Nemo as well? Maybe not. I don't know. Tesla pulling back some more. Spy finally dipping down some more as well here. Michael Brantley. Yeah, they're just kind of doing Brantley a favor. Houston, I didn't get any snow, man. I'm in Houston. We didn't snow at all. It iced a little bit, but not much, you know. All right, guys. So markets pulling back. Tesla dipping down to 117s here. Spy at 378s. All right, guys. So let's see how good the market bounces back today. Again, we do have jobless claims data at 8:30 to give you the nuance of the jobless claims data. Okay, this is a release that happens every week. Every week we get new jobless data every single week. With that, Tesla at the VWAP. With that, this is a gauge on how many people are working, right? And you got to understand the nuance of the market right now, which is that anything that causes more spending is bad, right? So anything that causes more spending is bad. So like more people working, I'm not saying I agree with it here, but that means the market's going to go up the less people working right now. So the higher the jobless claims numbers, the better the market response is going to be, All right, so we come in, expectations are for what, 225K? Yeah, 225,000 is what's expected here. We come in at 230, 235, market's going to rip up. You know, we come in at 215, market's going to come down a little bit. We come in anything around there, it's probably going to be a pretty neutral response, maybe slightly down, maybe slightly up. But that's the nuance of the market right now with jobless claims numbers. Expectations are for 225,000. And if it comes in higher than expected, market's going to go up. All right, we're going to put this up just so people can understand the nuance here. Jobless claims are expected to come in at 225K. The higher the number, more upward movement stocks will have. That's basically it. Yeah, I used to ride a Greyhound all the way across the country, man. Like, my mom lived in Canada, and so they'd pop me in a Greyhound, and I would ride that thing up there to see my mom every year. So my mom lived in Canada, and like my dad used to buy me a Greyhound, which honestly was super shady. I don't know if I'd let my son do it. So I'd be like 16, you know, and they'd buy me a Greyhound ticket, and I would ride the Greyhound from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, all the way up through Michigan to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. I'd go to the Mackinac Bridge is where they drop me off at. Sometimes they drop me off in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. But most of the time it was on Mackinac Island. But yeah, man, I'll tell you this. The Greyhounds are shady in the South, bro. You know? Like the bus stations, especially in like Chicago, are super sketchy. You know, super sketchy, bro. I had all types of people try to rob me and all this stuff. That's kind of how it goes, though. But I met some cool people, too. Like, it was fun. Like, I saw it as, like, an adventure when I was a kid. I wouldn't make my kid do it, though. Honestly, I kind of see why they did it, though. $50 will get you a ticket all the way across the country, you know. You stop every hour for smoke breaks, you know. As a kid, it was kind of fun. You know, this was back before they had MP3 players, really, though. And so, you know, I'd have my CDs. I'd swap CDs with people on the bus. And it was fun. There was one time, though, where my dad got it mixed up, where my mom was supposed to pick me up in Sault Ste. Marie, and instead my dad bought me a ticket to Mackinac Island, and so I sat out there in the middle of December in the snow, freezing cold for like 3 hours. I still remember that. But it was all fun, man. I was about 16. Yeah. Now, this was before that, you know. Tesla starting to pop up to 118s, bouncing right at the volume weighted average price. You can see the VWAP here. Here's the VWAP, bouncing right at this VWAP area. So we pulled back to it, bouncing right off of that area. Let's see if we continue up here. Everything's kind of dipping down some. I still can't buy anything yet on Thinkorswim, but I'm getting ready for it. No, I'm not really a big volatility ETF player. Like, I used to trade the TVIX and the UVXY a lot. You know, to be honest, I traded those whenever my account was smaller. You know, here's the UVXY. It's like $6 or $7. I don't think the TVIX exists anymore. No, it doesn't. But to be honest, I stopped trading these as much once my account grew. You know, because like once I was able to just buy the SPY directly or just trade futures, I would. You know, like I don't need to trade TVIX anymore or anything like that. I can short the SPY directly. I can buy hundreds of shares of the SPY short right now. So I don't really need to, you know, I don't really need to trade those anymore like I used to because, you know, I mean, to be honest, I have the buying power where I don't have to. All right, Tesla at 118s, 117s, 118s. The dollar index at 104s. Hey, what's up, Bob? Market's been all right, man. I mean, bear action, of course, over the last couple of days. It's mostly from tax harvesting, though, I'm pretty sure. Tax harvesting ended yesterday, I'm pretty sure. So, slight drops in markets, bounce backs this morning. Tesla is leading the market today. I still can't really figure out exactly why. I guess with what Elon said on Twitter regarding Tesla is making it bounce back is the only thing I can assume here. Tesla up about 3.5% today. I think everything's from a Elon Musk tweet on new Twitter policy. I don't really see any other Tesla news here. Is there any other Tesla news influencing this? I guess is the real question. Yeah, that's about what it was, Trinity, you know. Yeah, there's Angry Bob right there. Yeah, I mean, I know my dad, he would pay like $50. It would be like $50, and he would get me a ticket that would go from Baton Rouge all the way up to Canada, basically, which is the other side of the country, you know. And I would ride that bus, and it was like a 20-something hour bus ride, maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, relief rally. Yeah, I mean, honestly, everything was down so much. Tesla was leading the market down here. If you look at a 20-day chart, this is a 20-day chart for Tesla. It's not looking pretty here, to be honest. It's not looking great. This is a rough looking chart, to be honest here. So it was time for a little bounce back, and that's exactly what we got. Now, it still doesn't mean much. You know, hopefully it drags the rest of the market up. Hopefully the jobless claims numbers come in higher than expected here. That's what we want ultimately. But who knows if that's what we're going to get here. Everything else is up for the most part today. Google, Disney, Apple, Amazon. So everything else is kind of bouncing back some. But Tesla is kind of leading the way here, which is, you know, that's kind of what we want. You know, here's Tesla at 120, just under 120s right now. Yeah, what's up, Bob? Why not trade VIX when it has 60 average true 0.60% average true range, roughly 10%? Because it's too volatile. What is it? UVIX. I'm not saying I don't see anything wrong with trading it, but buying power isn't an issue for me, right? So when buying power isn't an issue, right? So with buying power a non-issue here, it's really hard for me to trade these really low liquidity stocks. Like, look how low the liquidity is here for UVIX, right? The liquidity is just very, very light right now for UVIX, just very, very light. And one of the things that helps technical patterns is liquidity, is volume. So with this thing not really getting a ton of average daily volume like that, and maybe it is, but when I look at it, it's chopped. There's a lot of white areas here, which when you can see white on the chart, it usually means up wicks and down wicks. And so when you see a lot of that on the chart, again, it's kind of one of those things where it's just a little bit too choppy for my taste, you know. And I don't really, when I day trade, I can just buy the SPY directly. I can buy hundreds of shares of the SPY directly. And so it's just personal preference, David. It's nothing against you, brother. If you can make money doing it, make money, man. I'm all for it, bro. Do your thing, man. But for me personally, it's just not something that I prefer trading. I want a little bit more liquidity when I trade, to be honest. I mean, you can look at like the UVXY as well, and you get kind of a similar thing. The range is small. It's kind of like a cheaper stock. You know, for me, it's just not my style of trades. I would rather buy the SPY or something like that. Hey, what's up, Beach? Yeah, man, I'll give you a little plug a little bit later. You know, once we get a few more people here, I'll give you a plug, man. Yeah, so what happened with Apple? Apple flying up today too, which is good. Tesla trying here, man. Look at a 5-minute chart on Tesla, though. It's finally starting to bounce back. Again, here's the Q. So here's the tech market today, which should be doing really well. Yeah, tech is gapping up nicely. I mean, understandably so. We dropped heavy yesterday. Like, we dropped big yesterday. So, I mean, I guess it was time. I'm just hoping the jobless numbers come in hot today and that we get some better numbers. Yeah, for sure, David. I appreciate it, brother. It's all good, man. So you don't trade any 3x ETFs? No, not really. It's mostly trading the SPY, bro. I trade the E-mini, the SPY, the Q sometimes, like Tesla, Apple, Disney, stuff like that. You know, I try to trade high liquidity blue chips, you know. Our rear. I don't know what that is. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin probably bouncing back a little bit today, but Bitcoin was down so much yesterday. I mean, Bitcoin didn't really get affected by it. Some people making a living trading only the TQQQ. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, the TQQ is the baby Q. I mean, you could do it. If, like I said, if you don't have that, if I didn't have that much buying power, I'd trade the TQ. It's the baby SPY. You know, it's basically the S&P 500 condensed to a very cheap, less than $20 penny stock, kind of. So, I mean, listen, do your thing, man. I'm happy for you guys if y'all make money doing it. I really am. It's not like trading's not gang wars, you know? Like, we could all trade different stuff. I'm okay with it, you know? How's AMC doing today? That's the real question. AMC's back up a little bit, still down a ton. Ape got pumped up, back down to reality here. Anything else moving that I should know about today? I don't really see much. Yeah, but I mean, I'm cutting that. I'm not holding that overnight, David. So it's like I buy 100 shares of the SPY. SPY's not going to zero, and I cut it within a minute or two, usually, maybe a little bit longer, but not that long, you know. Here's Apple. Apple up today. Here's the dollar index as well, the Dixie. Dixie is down in pre-market. Not down a ton, though, like you might think it is because of how strong the market is today. Yeah, I swing trade, too. I mean, I swing trade, I invest. Like, I'm holding some Disney and Google longer term now. And my averages are really not that bad. My Google average is about 89s, and we're at 87s now for Google. Disney average currently is about 88s. We're at like 85 roughly right now. So we're within $3 or $4 away of the trade. So we might have to wait a little bit to cut these. But again, generally speaking, the long-term edge you get in markets is that stocks generally go up long-term. So we can hold these, and unless we get some like big crashes, if we get some crashes, we're going to lose a couple thousand. But that's a calculated risk that I'm okay with taking. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with taking it. I mean, I have a unique situation here, though, versus anybody else where, like, just me running this YouTube channel, I make a great amount of money doing so. So I can kind of pad my trades a little bit where other people might not be able to. But still, I mean, you know. Oh, no, I've got some CBNA shares. I actually do have some CBNA shares. You know, we're down about $30 on the trade. It's only 25 shares. I'm holding 25 shares just in case, you know, just in case we bounce or we squeeze. This is my swings today. We're up about 355 on the day right now. I mean, but to be fair, we lost this money yesterday. So, like, we're just kind of making back what we lost yesterday. So it's all good. TQQQ is the NASDAQ. Oh, yeah. So I'm sorry. It's the mini Q is what I meant to say, not the SPY. It's the mini Q is what I meant to say. It's the mini Q. Sorry. So what I meant to say is this. So, like, I get the Q and the SPY are very similar. Q's a little bit tech heavier. But here's the Q right here. The TQQ is just the mini Q, not the mini SPY. I meant to say the mini Q. My bad. How come you don't buy your stocks at support levels? Well, I mean, to be honest, I do buy it at support levels. Like it's all relative. Like, we can zoom out and find different support levels, and you can say, hey, well, why didn't you buy it here at this support level? And then we can zoom out more and say, oh, well, no, you should have bought it here at this support level. And then you can zoom out more and say, oh, we should have bought it at that support level. None of that really matters. You know, like I said, I'm waiting for big emotional drops, and then I usually try to buy it at support and wait. Um, like prior to this, $90 was support on Disney. So it's just kind of like long term, these stocks are going to go up. And so I'm just trying to ride that movement up. And if I have to sit in losses for a little while, I've got the account to do so. And I can hold these for years if I need to. And so I've got a distinct advantage where I can just kind of sit on this. We get worst case scenario when we crash. I'm only going to be down a couple thousand, not the end of the world for me. And we'll make more. We'll make that back next year. And it is what it is. I mean, like I said, I'm not a perfect trader by any means. I'm in architecture, trading as my side check. Hey, nice, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm in programming, in real estate. Yeah, I mean, 2000 was a pretty rough drop for the Nasdaq, certainly. But again, like I said, I mean, if these keep dropping, it's not the end of the world. We lose a couple thousand, we move on with life. It's part of it. We might actually buy the SPY right here, short term, with 25 shares. I like this down wick. See if I can get filled. I have to buy the ask price. It looks like it filled me on some. Delete that one. All right, got us in 30 shares. All right, fair enough. Tesla just broke under the VWAP here. That's kind of what caused this drop. Tesla under VWAP, approaching the 200 EMA right now too. Yeah, thank you, David. You're the best. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. Again, like, you get people who are just haters, and I'm not saying that's anybody in chat, but you get like weird haters that are just kind of mad that they're not doing much. And so they'll just kind of sit around and wait to critique me. The reality of it is, I'm not even claiming to be a good trader. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not claiming to be a good trader. I'm not acting like a guru. I don't sell a course. You know what I mean? Like, and we're not even just a day trading channel or a swing trading channel. Like, we day trade, swing trade, and we invest. And like, we have various levels of, there are varying levels of good, bad days. Like, our day trading's been going really well. We're still sitting in our swing trades. And so they certainly have the opportunity to come back for us too. But on average, like, we've been making money over the last few months, and so we're just going to see what happens. Again, not claiming to be an expert, none of that stuff. We're just kind of putting out free content. We're covering free market data releases for everybody, and we're explaining it in an easy to understand way. So, novice traders can consume the data we put out and, learn from it, and it can benefit their trading and skill in the stock market overall. That's all we're really doing here. It's going slow, but it's been going pretty solid the last few days, Chris. I need to scale up in size on it, which is something that I was going to talk about today, about the increase in size I need to take. But like, the last few days have been solid. So like, this is me this month or this week on the combine so far. That's my combine progress so far. Very small gains. Like I said, I do certainly need to scale up some. We are getting a bounce in Tesla. We're getting a bounce in the market here, where we're making a little bit. We'll see how well this can bounce. No, I never took any courses, David. Yeah, man, for sure. Thank you, Soldier. No, I mean, I'm never going to buy a course though, brother. I'm not saying I've never looked at courses. I'm not saying you can Google and find a lot of these really expensive courses that day trading gurus sell online somewhere for free. I'm not saying you could ever do that or that you should do that. I'd certainly not recommend that you guys do, find some of these guru courses that are available for free out there on the internet. I would never recommend that, but I've seen some of them. Never paid for them though. Market's starting to bounce back though, so we bought the little dip in the SPY. We bought it. The reason we bought this is very simple. Once we see this type of strength here, so you see this up wick right here, or this down wick, right? A down wick like this, where the candlestick goes down and then immediately pops back up, is a big sign of strength. And so when the candlestick goes down and then immediately gets pushed up, again, forming this wick that you can see right here, that's a very big sign of strength on a short-term basis. It's a momentum signal. And even we should have took larger size here, to be honest, but like we didn't. We wanted 50 shares. They only filled us on 30. But yeah, you can kind of capitalize on that sign of strength really quickly and jump in. Very small gains, but if you do it with larger sizing, you can make money with it. But that's the reason we bought that right there, and it kind of immediately popped back up and went. All right, guys, so we're starting to pop up Tesla. So again, guys, we got about an hour and 20 minutes before the data comes out, about an hour and 20 minutes. All right, guys, so we did get this big pop up here. I mean, it's very small. I mean, I guess we could take a little bit off just to lock in gains here and not worry about it, but we'll see how big the market bounces back. Will the market go up or down today? Looking at the poll here, 55% say bullish, 45% say bearish out of 270 votes. Yeah, I'm on 1 minute mostly time frames here. I'm mostly a scalper, so I'm looking at short-term time frames. We're also trying to watch the market reaction to data quickly. Green Day. How much would the market bounce back today? Bull or bear? Let me know. Vote on the poll here. Again, we got about 55% bull, 45% bear. We also did a Twitter poll as well here. So we did do a Twitter poll. Hey, what's up, Yeti? Have you always traded? No, of course not. I just started trading about 5 years ago, maybe. All right, so again, market's starting to bounce back a little bit and everything, which is good. I mean, I kind of want to see bounce back. Tesla bounced exactly. So if you watch the VWAP, you should also probably be watching the 200 EMA, and this is why. Here's the 200 EMA right here. So you can see the yellow line. We pulled exactly down to that line, bounce immediately off of it, and continue. The previous closing price is also way down here, so you can see the previous closing price. So that means that Tesla is gapping up pretty substantially here in all of this. Bouncing right at the 200 EMA. You can also see the TQQ did the same thing. The SPY did a similar thing as well. So what I like to watch is this zone right here for bounces, like the VWAP 200 EMA zone. Those are usually really nice zone levels. So if you look at the SPY, we pull back to that zone and bounce. If you look at the TQ, which is the Q, we pull back to that area and bounce. If you look at the regular Q, or really anything else here that has high liquidity in markets, you can see we pull back to that zone and bounce. So again, the 200 EMA, the VWAP are very important indicators that we watch for that exact reason, is because, you know, a lot of the time they're going to bounce there. Hey, what's up, Ride? What's up, Susan, Todd? Green Day? Yeah, I like them. They were cool. You know, in my teenage years. Oftentimes for first few minutes or even the first minute of pre-market trading, we see a huge spike, then drop back to where it was. What's happening there? So do you mean the big candle wicks going up and down? Like, do you just mean the big wicks going up and down at 8 a.m. a lot of the time? So, like, let me find one here. A lot of the time you'll see it at 8 a.m. market time or 9 a.m. market time, which is right about here. So do you mean this right here? So this is just a random rogue order getting filled back at the previous closing price, if that's what you're referring to. All right, so if you're talking about that, like a lot of the time, these are just rogue orders getting filled once trading opens up for traders. All right, so there's Tesla about to back up again. Tesla at 117.60s. We got the Q at 262s. Yeah, but you usually all right, guys. So, but yeah, usually sometimes there's going to be candle wicks. Like when trading opens up, people set orders overnight. Like people will put orders out overnight. With that, when they set these overnight orders, when the market opens up, sometimes like you'll see like a big dip down to see those orders get hit. You'll see the order go woo, and it'll go right back up. So it'll just be a really big candle wick that looks kind of like that, you know. So it'll be just a big wick that kind of looks like this. So it'll be moving. It'll just kind of come down, and then it'll go right back up. You know, so it'll just be like a big move like that, and then it'll go back up. And then sometimes you'll see another one like that. You know, those are just candle wicks from orders getting filled that were placed overnight, is all that is. And that might be what you're referencing. No, most of the time it's not going to fill the order, though, DS. So, like, you'd be very lucky. It could, I guess. Like, theoretically it could, but it's unlikely. Now, let's look at our Twitter poll here. We did our Twitter poll. 58% say over 225K, 41% say under, or 42% say under 225K. So will jobless claims come in hot or low, guys? Hot or low? We got about 300 votes. 55% are bullish. 45% are bearish. Do you think the stock market will be 24/7 like crypto? No. No, I think the stock market's too set in its ways right now to change in terms of time frame of trading. You can trade the S&P 500 24/7 on like you can trade the SPY here. Like I can trade the SPY 24/7 on TOS. So like this is open 24/7. You can see there's no close for this, right? It goes from, look at the time at the very top right here. So if you look at this right here, like watch this right here. Would I do this? If you could see it, like watch the time right there. It's 6/6/18. Now look, like it's open all the way until midnight right here. Here's midnight. And then it keeps going 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. So the SPY is open 24/7 already, but that's about it. They're not going to do anything else with that, I don't think, you know. If you sell today and lost, will it go for next year, this year? I think next year. I think tax harvesting is done. Let's see the deadline for tax harvesting. December 31st. So maybe not. I don't know. So the 2022 tax harvesting deadline was December 28th, so yesterday. So tax harvesting should be done now. There shouldn't be any more tax harvesting. And so maybe theoretically we'll start to rip up big now. Hopefully so. You know, we'll see. Yeah, so tax loss sales not allowed today. So the reason it's better, it's a little bit more nuanced than just say why is it better or worse. X. The reason it's generally better here is because anything that evokes more spending is bad, right? So anything that causes more spending is bad in this current market. Over the last few months, anything that causes more spending has not been smiled upon in the stock market. And so what you see like lower unemployment is generally seen as bad right now. It causes a negative stock market response. The market goes red. Higher unemployment causes green stock market action, believe it or not. So, you know, you see some other stuff start to rip up. With higher unemployment, the market goes up. And I'm not saying I agree with it, guys. I'm really not. I'm not saying I agree with this at all. I'm just telling you guys how it really has been here, where more unemployment has been seen as positive. And so with that in mind, same thing for like GDP growth, right? GDP came in higher than expected. It caused the market to go down. And so with all of that said, because of that, higher jobless claims numbers means more people have less money to spend, which means that prices will generally eventually go down is the reason why. You know, so basically less spending. Higher jobless claims means less spending in a nutshell. You know, and again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. I'm just talking about why the market reacts like it is. Anything that could be seen as more spending right now in this market, like anything that's seen as higher spending is bad. So unemployment being high is good right now. Jobless claims being higher is good. GDP being down is good. You know, real estate selling less is positive, you know? So like there's a lot of the things and that's the nuance right now. And again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but like that's kind of what it is right now. Yeah, so like in a normal convention, for the stock market, higher jobless claims is bad, lower unemployment is good, GDP growth is good generally. Like conventionally, these things are all positive. Not right now. Right now, inflation's just crazy. Everybody's scared of it, and so you know we're getting some weird responses in markets. It's backwards land is basically what it is. Can't wait to get back to normal where good is good. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's easier to judge and read here. There's just so much weird nuance to the market right now. It's just hard to gauge everything, dude. It really is. It's hard to figure out what's right and what's not, you know. All right, we're gonna add a little bit more, take a little swing here. 45. We'll take 60 shares of the SPY, buy it on this pullback, hoping it continues to bounce. And again, the deadline for tax harvesting is done. And so this might unleash some bull action today. At least I hope so. We'll see. Yeah, so deadline for tax harvesting ended yesterday on the 28th, right? So again, what tax harvesting is, guys, just to put this in perspective, Q is dropping right now. It's at 261s. We can look at the Dixie here. There's the dollar index. Dollar index has been mostly down today, which is understandable considering the market is ripping up. But yeah, the deadline for tax harvesting was yesterday. So basically, what tax harvesting is like when businesses pay taxes and people pay taxes. Really, when I pay taxes, I'm looking at writing things off for the fiscal year. If I can cut some losses before the year's end and write them off on next year's taxes, I'll save money. I won't have to pay as much in taxes if I can write off my losses for the year in the market. And so if I am sitting on losses like a lot of people have been, when you look at like the Q or the SPY here, we're going to put a daily chart up on the SPY. Here's a daily chart on the SPY. When you're sitting on losses for this long right here, when you're sitting on that many losses, eventually a lot of people are going to be down and they're going to be cutting losses. And I think that's why we've gotten big drops over the last few days. Yesterday was the deadline for tax harvesting. And so we got big drops yesterday too, because frankly, a lot of people were selling because they were taking their losses and writing them off for next year when they pay taxes. Now that deadline is up, now that deadline is over, it might be this thing where we start to see a lot more people buy right now. Maybe. Again, I'm just speculating here. I really have no idea. Maybe we do, maybe we don't right now. Market's gapping up though. The Dixie is down today, so that's good. We did buy a little bit of the SPY here. We bought a little piece of it, but here's the dollar index over the year. Here's a 1-minute chart of the Dixie here. So market's been mostly sideways now. Hey, what's up, Raphael? What's up, John? Don't you think that bears are bad for the market? No, I don't think bears. I don't think any bears are bad for markets. A lot of the time, they actually give markets liquidity. Like you really got to like. A lot of traders look at it like it's some gang war between longs and shorts, right? And a lot of the time, the traders that do that are. And I'm not saying this is you, Raphael, but a lot of the time, the traders that do that are traders that got involved during the AMC GameStop craziness, right? Because there was a lot of sensationalism and for the most part, like propaganda is the best way, like stock propaganda is kind of what it was, so there's a lot of that floating around during the AMC GameStop craziness, right? But like shorts aren't bad for markets, man. Like shorts give markets liquidity. Like a lot of the biggest moves have been from shorts getting squeezed out of their positions over the last few years. And so shorts aren't bad. You need both sides. Like you need both sides. Like it's not a gang war. Like they're fine. Like everything's fine, it depends on how you look at it, but like they're not some evil shadowy figures. Like it's just people, man. And some people like stuff on the upside, some people like betting on the downside, and that's okay. They're both okay. I understand both sides, and I do both of them. Like I don't short long term ever, really. If I did though, I talked about this yesterday. If I did short long term, I would 100% target mid caps. Mid caps are the easiest money in the market for shorts because people overestimate their strength. They get super loyal to them, and so they just get stuck in these positions and they just never cut it. But yeah, if I could short something, if I had to short, I would short mid caps 100%. Just very weak companies a lot of the time. Not all of them, of course. There's some really strong mid caps, but looking at companies that are obviously overpriced, overestimated in terms of strength, is just, like I said, the ones I always use, BYND, Peloton. Those are two that I've been a broken record about for years. And, they've just continued to prove me right, really. Like BYND at $11 a share now. BYND at $11 a share now. Started the year off at 40s. PTON at 780s right now. Might be lower than that. Let's see what it really is. Yeah, so it's 790s right now. Started the year off at 20. Really, if you look at a longer term chart, it's even nastier. Look at this long term chart on PTON. And so mid caps like this, you can find some really bad companies that are just incredibly overhyped. Is the best way to put it. There's a lot of companies like this that are just overhyped. And when you look at their actual business models, you'll understand. Like BYND, not doing hot, losing money, like bleeding money, overestimated their market interest. Peloton selling VR rowing machines. Nobody's going to buy that, bro. Like nobody wants that. Nobody needs a VR rowing machine, man. And so it's like you can have these ideas and maybe put options long term. You could capitalize on it. But that's what I would do. Not saying you should do it, but like if I had to short, that's what I'd be shorting is mid caps. SPY bounced it up a little bit. We bought this little dip here too. We're up a little bit. We got 60 shares. It's a very small position here. A VR rowing machine. Yeah, it's cool. Are you going to spend 5K on it though, Yeti? You know, like it's a gimmicky idea, I think. Like again, I'm not saying it's not cool. Okay, listen, I'll put it this way. If you gave me the option to have a regular rowing machine and a VR rowing machine, I'd pick the VR rowing machine, of course. Anybody would, right? But if you also said, hey, you got to spend 5K on that VR rowing machine, I'd pass. You know, like nobody needs that bad. Like, let me see how much these VR rowing machines are. Yeah, this is 3 to 5K. Ridiculous. $31.95. Who's going to spend that money on a virtual reality rowing machine? Like I said, it's solving a problem that people don't have. You know, same thing with the virtual reality bicycle. Like you can just buy a real bike and ride around the block. You don't need a VR bike. That's silly. You know, the market and we might have some people here, like right now we got about 3 something here. We might have some people here like, oh, that's cool. I want one of those. And that might be true. Y'all might want one of those. But the amount of interest is small. And if you're willing to pay $3+ grand for it, you are certainly an outlier. And so because of that, their consumer base simply isn't large enough to help Peloton succeed. You know, I think they overestimated their interest. I think 2020 happened, and so they kind of jumped on that bandwagon. But now that people are not forced to stay home anymore, their virtual reality bicycles are you know, they're just going to kind of fade, in my opinion. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. Jim has all this stuff plus more, and they'll probably have these too. Maybe they could sell it to some high class gyms, you know, and they might buy it just for the gimmicky nature to get people in the door. But I don't know. Again, we can argue about the semantics behind it. The reality of it is, look at Peloton stock, you know, and not just relative to like what everything else is doing. Like look at PTON. Here's a weekly chart. It's gone from its highs at 171 in 20, like a year ago, basically 2 years ago, down to $7, $6 at its lows. So, need I say more? I don't know. Or maybe it's Canada. Yeah, maybe it is the 31st. Okay, here's the thing. This is actually, it is yesterday. Okay, here's the reality of it, guys. All right. And here's an article, and this is all quoting from the Motley Fool Canada, written by Kay. It says, mark the calendar for December 28th. That's the last day to sell stocks at a loss for tax loss harvesting this year. The last day to trade for a loss is not December 31st because it's the settlement date that counts. The idea is to use capital losses in stocks that are losing to offset book capital gains, so to reduce the income you're paying, right? But it's the settlement date, right? So it is yesterday. Yeah, well, today's Thursday. Yeah, do you want an ice cream cone, or you can watch someone eating one, a VR ice cream cone? All right, guys, Tesla consolidating here. Tesla looks a little strong right now. I can't even lie. I might buy a little bit of this too. Ah, I didn't get filled. Fill me. I'm missing the run up. Look, I caught it. No. Oh, man. I'm like, hey, I'm buying this. And then it starts to just rip up on me. And it's like, no, fill me. You know, it's all right. Now we're down on a trade we should have been up on, but that's okay. Tesla's going to drag everything else up with it, so I'll accept it. I think so, Harry, but I'm not 100%. Y'all check with your tax people. I have no idea. Activision Blizzard. I mean, I like Activision Blizzard. You know, they're the people that are behind World of Warcraft. They're behind Overwatch. So they're a big company. You know, probably the largest video game company in the world right now. So betting on Overwatch or betting on Blizzard and Activision is basically betting on video games. You know, consoles and PC games really. So it just depends on if you like those or not. All right, so there's Tesla ripping up. It could have been even larger of a gain here, and this should drag the market up with it. But look at Tesla rip here. Wow. So the question is, do I want to buy more here? I'm going to buy 15 shares more of the SPY. All right, we're in 75 shares of the SPY here. Tesla still ripping up. I guess I could have bought more Tesla here, but that's all right. All right, guys. So we are going to be sending out a newsletter today. If you want to join our newsletter here, yeah, if you want to join our newsletter, you can. If you want to join our newsletter, it's beginnertrades.net/members here. There's the link right there. It's completely free to sign up. Tesla's oversold. Yeah, potentially here. I mean, that's why I'm buying it. Y'all do me a favor, hit the like button. Let's break 100 likes real quick. We're at 96 likes right now. We could do better than that. All right, so again, we bought a little bit of Tesla. We're in the SPY as well here. All right, guys. So yeah, we are getting ready to cover the jobless claims data. Tesla is popping up a little bit. Kind of looks good. We'll see. All right, so we're sending out our newsletter here. Tesla, we're pretty flat and neutral in. Bull or bear on the jobless claims data? I hope it's bullish. I'm cautiously optimistic, but of course, you never really know here. All right, guys. So again, we'll see if we bounce. Market's bouncing up. Tesla pulling back a little bit. I'm going to add another 25 shares here. So we're in 50 shares now. We are also in the SPY here, slightly neutral in this right now. We'll see if we get some good action here, though. I don't understand if people see stocks fall. Why not let it hit bottom so we can buy low and sell high? For some reason, people are buying at the top. Makes no sense. You think we're at the top right now? Serious question. Do you think we're at the top? I mean, here's a weekly chart on the Q. All right. This doesn't look like the top to me. You know what I mean? This definitely does look like the top. Here's the SPY right now. This definitely doesn't look like the top either. You know? Maybe Tesla's the top. Tesla could be argued. Yeah, I mean, people just want to see less spending is really what it is. So, like, the less spending, the better, right? So, anything that evokes more spending is bad. Anything that evokes less spending is good. There's Tesla. Here's the Q. Here's the dollar index here. We should probably watch the Dixie here. There's the Dixie right there. Pull it back down a little bit. That's good. That's what usually cause an upward response in markets here, but we'll see if we do. Yeah, I mean, you can always zoom out and find tops and bottoms. You got to look at a universal level. You got to look at universal levels, though. Like it's easy to make up technical levels. You know, like you say, oh, well, this coincided with this and this and this and this, and so it's always easy to kind of confirmation bias your way into a trade, but it doesn't always mean you should. All right, the Dixie is still falling down, which is generally good. Yeah, we got about 50 minutes before the jobless claims data. 50 minutes. All right, guys. So again, we're in the SPY. We're in Tesla short term. The Dixie has fallen down some. So this is generally going to be seen as good, right? We want to see the dollar index fall. We want to see the Dixie fall. All right, so the Dixie falling back down a little bit. We're completely neutral in our Tesla trade. The Dixie still falling, which is nice. SPY pull it back, which isn't nice, but we're still break even on that one. So about flat right now in these trades on day trading. We'll see if we get anything better now. Again, we got 50 minutes before jobless claims data comes out. 50 minutes. SPY popping all the way back up here. I'm watching the E-mini now too. All right, guys. So Tesla bouncing back up. We got about 50 shares of Tesla as we speak here. About 50. Still got some time. Letting it rip back up though. See what's gonna happen here. All right, there's a nice rip. We'll go ahead and take that piece off here. Lock in profit on this. Let it continue to ride here. All right, so Tesla popping back up. The Dixie is starting to pop a little bit. So the dollar index is starting to bounce some. All right, so Tesla's still ramping back up here. Disney's still holding fairly well. Tesla's still ramping back up, which is really nice. Let's see if Tesla actually holds these gains a little bit. Yeah. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit here. All right, guys. Google pulling back some, which is not really what we want. Disney still approaching these highs. Okay, nice. Hey, thank you. I'm MNOB. So yeah, so MNOB just said, and we'll put this up. Carter Broker, which is Schwab. They said the last day for tax harvesting for shorts was yesterday. For longs is Friday. So potentially you still got some more. I'd still, just to be safe, I'd check with the y'all's broker as well, just to make sure. I'm not saying she's wrong, but maybe Schwab has different rules than everybody else. I really don't know. So y'all stay safe. You know, good luck. And yeah. We'll see when the last day shows up to be. Tesla dipping down. I kind of want to buy more. SPY pumping up a little bit, which is nice to see. Any other big news today? Let's check it out. Again, we got jobless claims data coming out today. We do have data coming out today. It should be fun and interesting. We got Brazilian data coming out today. It already dropped. Everything else started to pull back. The dollar index is starting to fall, which is what we want. We'll see if Tesla can bounce. SPY still moving up, though, so that's nice. Like, look at the SPY. SPY still up to 378s. Tesla at 118s, roughly, give or take. Dixie's starting to bounce up a little bit here, so look at the dollar index start to pop. Yeah, so we're starting to get some upward movement. We're at 118s. SPY at 378.50s here. The dollar index is starting to pop. Weird, man. Is my internet messing up? No. Okay, good. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe here, team. Expected to come in at 225K for jobless claims numbers. 225,000 is what they're expected to show up as. You know, so we'll see if we get it or not, but 225K is what's expected. All right, we got about 450 people here. We still got 40 minutes before the data comes out. 40 minutes, guys. What are y'all's predictions here? Let's look at the poll. About 500 votes, 54% are bullish. We're actually pretty split down the middle. Participate in this poll. Vote on this poll. Let us know your voice here and what you think about jobless claims data. Again, here is the poll right now. About 53% say bulls, 47% say bears. So we got about a slight majority of bullish traders here versus bearish traders on this data release. And again, it's released at 8:30. You can see the timer at the top left corner of the screen. In about 40 minutes, jobless claims data comes out. Very relevant for market activity. Very interesting to see what happens. So yeah, we're getting a little dip in this. All right, big drop in the Dixie here, which is exactly what we want. We want the dollar index to fall, and that's what we're getting. We're getting a falling Dixie here. We're over 104 still, but we're at 104.20s right now, so we want the dollar index to fall. What's up, Morris? 225K is still a very high number. Yeah, but it's all relevant to expectations. It really is. So, like, regardless of what's conventionally high, it really is all relative to expectations. You know, vote on the poll right now. We got about 500 votes. We also did a Twitter poll here as well. What do we say on our Twitter poll? What's the numbers show up on our Twitter poll? So yeah, on our Twitter poll, and if you want to vote on this poll, again, give me a follow if you haven't already on Twitter. We cover all this big data. If you want to vote on the Twitter poll, I'll post my Twitter handles here. There's my Twitter page. It's going to come up on chat after we post the Twitter link. But yeah, follow me on Twitter right now. On Twitter, 55% are saying over 225K. 55%, 45% saying under 225K. So here's the Twitter poll. Again, 55.2% say over, and then about 45% roughly say under. I hope it's over. You know, over will evoke a positive response. And it's actually honestly interesting because the dollar index is falling down, and generally there's an inverse relationship here. So generally, the Dixie falls, the market goes up. And the reason there's an inverse relationship with the dollar and the market is because if your cash is gaining value, what are you going to do? You're going to sit on your cash. You're not going to put it in SPY or S&P or crypto or investment vehicles. You're going to sit on your cash because it's gaining value. If your cash is losing value, it's the opposite. You're going to take that cash and say, hey, what can I do with this cash? It's losing value. What can I do to make it appreciate it? To make it appreciate, I mean. And so you're going to take that cash and you're going to stick it into other stuff like Bitcoin, crypto, stocks, S&P 500, the SPY, options, futures. And so because of that, there's generally, not always, but generally there's an inverse relationship between the S&P and the dollar index and other broad market, you know, ETFs and funds. So yeah, dollar index is falling. Generally, that would mean we'd go up, but we're not actually popping up yet. So hey, what's up, Darius? Hey, good morning, man. All right, Tesla's starting to dip a little bit. Starting to dip a little bit. We got the SPY bouncing up to 378.40s here. We got Tesla at 117.60s. I don't know if we're going to cut it yet, but we're just going to sit. All right, the Dixie at 104s here, 104s. We don't really have any other. I'm looking at all the other data that's supposed to be coming out. We got crude oil inventories at 11. That might be relevant. We can cover that too. Crude oil imports and inventories at 11. That might influence stuff. We'll see. We're pretty flat in our SPY trade. Pretty flat in our Tesla trade too. The Dixie is continuing to fall though, which is again exactly what we want. We want to see the dollar fall with inflation so high. But yeah, guys, we still got about 35 minutes or so, give or take. Hey, thank you, Ape. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Does this data really matter? I mean, matter is subjective and relative to the person. For some people, it does. You know, it's the biggest market release we got this week, so it matters to my channel. We're covering it for sure. Dollar index just broke lows, and I bet you we'll get close to 1,000 people here when it drops, and so some people care for sure. All right, Dixie falling more here, guys, which is, again, precisely what we want. We're also going to throw it in sub-only mode, guys. So if you haven't listened, we're the best free trading channel on YouTube right now for sure. Top 3, definitely. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. What we do here, and again, just to be serious for a second, what we really do here is we put out free content. Like, everything we drop is completely free. We don't charge for any of it. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be experts here. We don't act like gurus. We don't even claim to be good traders here. We just got to put everything out there for free. We cover all the broad market data live as soon as it's released. Literally, as soon as it drops, we cover it. That's why everybody shows up here, is because we cover CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales, unemployment, GDP, and we cover it fast. We drop the data incredibly quickly. That's why people show up here. And so if you haven't yet, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We are covering jobless claims today. It drops in about 35 minutes. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We did put it in sub-only mode. And so, yeah, show us that support, guys. We appreciate you all. This is at least top 2 trading channel. Hey, thank you, Susan. We appreciate the top 2 vote. Let me know in chat right now. Am I top 3 or am I top 3? Let me know right now. In chat. Disney still moving up. Google falling down a little bit, but let's see if we can bounce at the 200 EMA. Tesla still consolidating. We're in a few shares of the SPY, but pretty flat there too. The dollar index has been breaking down, so that's good. Top 1, my bro. Hey, thank you, Puts. Hey, thank you, N. Ron, Abdul, Nas, Han, Maximus. Hey, thank you, team. We appreciate the love. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the support. Let's see if we can bounce here now. Again, market's kind of flat and neutral here. You can kind of see the choppy neutral action ahead of this release. Pretty flat, pretty neutral. That's kind of the trend we got right now. You can kind of see the flat little trend here. We'll see if we get some good stuff today, man. I'm excited. Let me stand up for a second. Ugh. Ugh. Wake myself up a little bit. We got 33 minutes. 33 minutes, guys. So, yeah, we'll see if we get some good stuff coming out today. I hope we do. Again, tax harvesting is arguably over. Maybe it lasts until Friday. Maybe it's over now. Hey, thank you, Shib, my guy. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you, Greg. John, great job. Oh, y'all are definitely the product, Nick. Nick says, John, great job. But every time you say free, it gets me thinking of what they say. If it's free, you are the product. Oh, y'all are definitely the product. Bro, if I could put y'all on a shelf, I would, okay? Y'all are definitely the product. We certainly make money from this channel. We make, 6 figures from this channel. And I mean, and understandably so. I mean, we're top 3 trading channels in the world right now. When you're top 3, you're going to make good money doing it. But on a serious note, we make money on the back end. Like, we have sponsors, so we have commercials, I guess is the easiest way to put it. We have commercials. And so, about every 30 to 45 minutes, we do a commercial, right? We haven't done one yet this morning, just to be fair, though. We try to keep the very beginning of the stream completely plug free, and then we kind of add it on the back end. But we make our money on the back end, and understandably so. I mean, we get good views here for the most part. Like, for these big releases, like right now, it's not even 8 a.m. yet, and we got 520 plus people here. So, like, we're doing good. Like, we're not a network or anything. So, like, you got some network channels who got like 10 plus people working for them. Like, it's just me here, but relative to that, like, we get good views, we get good numbers, we make good money. And yeah, we definitely have sponsors for sure. Yeah. Dollar index needs to stay under 104. I hope so, man. I mean, let's try it. It's at 104.17. We'll see what the jobless claims data comes in at. That'll influence it for sure. What's the most volatile instrument when a report comes out? Probably options, I would guess, right? Probably options. They move a lot. Hey, nice, Army. Yeah, for sure. Murphy, your commercial is just fine. You make what you can. Yeah, for sure. I would say bearish. Hey, that's okay. You have that right. Looking at the poll right now, let's see what the poll's swinging to now. 54% bullish, 46% bearish. That's generally what I see here most of the time. All right, so Tesla just got another big spike up to 118. All right, so we are starting to get a little pop back up here. The dollar index is still falling. There's the SPY ripping up. We are in a SPY trade. We're slightly green. We got 75 shares of the SPY right now. Somebody asked me earlier why I don't trade volatility ETFs. And I mean, this is why. It's because I could buy 75, 100 shares plus of the SPY, plus 25 shares of Tesla, plus a bunch of shares of Disney and Google at the same time right now. I'm holding all that different stuff. So it's like, I don't really need to buy these little volatility ETFs because I could buy the SPY if I need to, or buy Tesla, or, and everything else. All right, guys, we still got about 30 minutes before the data comes out. 30 minutes. Do you have merch? Yeah, we have merch. Look at the description. You should see it. If you don't see it, I can post it up here. But yeah, we have merch. We got sponsors as well. And speaking of sponsors, all right, y'all check out TopStep. TopStep is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. If you want to trade like me, all right, if you want to trade like I am, look at the E-mini right here, right? Here's the E-mini futures contract. You'll notice something is that it looks very similar to Tesla, and it's exactly the same as the SPY right here. So you can trade the S&P 500, what the broad market data influences. in the futures market without restriction. There's no PDT in futures. So I can trade this right side here, which is, again, if you zoom out here and then you zoom out on the SPY, it's the exact same thing as the SPY, right? It's the S&P 500 futures contract, and you can trade it without PDT restrictions in futures. There's no PDT rule. You can day trade short with a margin account, no PDT rule. In order to do that, you need about 10K. Top Step is the most legitimate futures funded account program in the world. And so if you're in that middle ground where you don't know whether you should scale up, you don't know whether you should put some size up, and you want to test yourself, try out Top Step. What they do is they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. And so the base one's 50K. So they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that 50K demo without losing 2K total or $1,000 a day with 5 contracts max, and you follow their rules and pass their phases, then they legitimately fund you with a 90% split. You take that funded account, you make 10K, you keep 9K. They keep 1,000 since they're funding you that money. They are regulated by the CME for their funded traders. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders a year in 100+ countries, and it's the most legit funded account program in the world. And to be fair, I think most people are going to lose money in futures. I think most people are going to lose when they try to take these funded account programs, but I think that's okay, because I think it's a lot cheaper to lose here. Like I said, to do the same thing in futures, you need 10K, right? You put up 10K yourself and you lose, futures can go against you quick. You're losing thousands of dollars sometimes, right? This is a way to test yourself, see if you're ready. You could potentially get funded if you're a good enough trader. And if you don't get funded, you're not down that much, right? So it's a great way to test yourself. It's a great middle ground for traders to test themselves. I'm definitely biased in their favor because they pay me money and they're a sponsor of mine, but genuinely useful program here. Genuinely useful if you want to test yourself. If you don't have the money to put up yourself, if you want to try to get funded, if you want to test yourself as a trader, it's all great ways to do so. So we'll put this link in the description. So there is the link. You can also find the link in the description. We will pin it to the top of the page as well. Yeah, we'll be aggressive sometimes. We're going to be a little bit more aggressive today for sure. We just got to scale up our size some. I got a new rule. If I am not down over $200 and I have not gained at least $200 on the day, I have to scale up in size and keep trading, unless it's just a really, really bad neutral day. That's the one rule. So Tesla, we are green. We are also in the SPY. We are riding that up. We're pre-market trading right now, RJ. So we're trading very small right now because we're in pre-market. We size up at the open, and again, here's my graph for futures since at the opening bell. For so far this week, here's my account. So this is me so far this week, right? We're up a little bit. We're up like $200. So we want to try to make it at least a $500 to $600 week if we can. So that's what we're going to push for. Market's popping up though. Market looks good. Tesla bouncing up a little bit. We are in Tesla as well with 25 shares. SPY moving up some as well. Yeah, it's all good, man. No innocent question, brother. You're good, man. No worries. All right, guys, we got 25 minutes. 25 minutes before the data comes out. Earnings season is coming up too. Okay, nice. So we are up a nice little bit in this. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit off, lock in some profit there. We are also in Tesla, 25 shares. We're going to let this ride up here. Market's starting to bounce back. So good. Hopefully it keeps it up. All right, so market's bouncing back a little bit. We're right at the top of the range. I'm going to take a little bit more off here, lock in a little bit more. So there's 35 shares left. We're in Tesla still. When's the last tax day for your futures? It's either today or it's anywhere between today and Friday. I'll have to check. But I'm in a funded account program, so I'm pretty sure they pay you like an independent contractor. So the taxing is a little bit different, and I'm still working on getting funded anyway in that. But this account right here, so this Thinkorswim account that y'all see right here, it's got about 150,000 in buying power right now. Number one, you can't paper trade on TOS and pre-market. So just me being able to trade right now in pre-market shows you that it's not a paper account. Number one. Also, if you take what I have here just in the SPY right now, we bought 75 shares of the SPY, right? So just that trade alone, you know, is about 30 grand in buying power, plus Tesla, which is, you know, what is Tesla at 118? And we had 50 shares originally of Tesla. So that's about 6K. So just these two trades is about 30 something thousand in buying power. So this is, you know, this is the account. If we were going to do tax harvesting, it would be on this account right here on Thinkorswim. E-mini pumping up. Everything else is ripping up nicely here. So that's cool. And I'm sure we're going to have somebody inevitably say, well, bro, if you're spending that much on buying power and you're making that little, you know, that's bad risk reward. Not necessarily. I'm not risking what I'm spending in equity on these trades. The SPY's not going to zero. Tesla's not going to zero right now. You know, I'm sure we're going to have some arguments for maybe in the future, but not right now. It's not. So my risk is just what I said. My risk is really only about the same. I use about a 1-to-1 ratio here. So I'm risking about what I'm trying to make, which is about $20 to $30. Tesla popping back up too, though. So we might cut a little bit off at the top here just because we're at the top of the range. I'm also going to try to get as flat as I can ahead of this jobless claims data release. I'm probably going to end up cutting this. And so we're going to lock in a little bit more. There's 20 shares left. And we still got about 20 minutes left for us to hold these if they keep ripping up. A little bit of VWAP, EMA bounce action is what I'm looking for with these trades. I'm in AMC right now. Do you think Workhorse will go belly up? Probably. I mean, again, don't get mad at me, Workhorse fans. It's a mid cap that now is kind of a penny stock. And you know, when you look at the long-term chart, you know, you can kind of see like management, number one at barcodes right now, which means they've diluted it so much that it's just not moving at all. The long-term downtrend is pretty negative. It's probably not going to succeed, in my opinion. So we are ripping the SPY up some. We'll go ahead and take a little bit more off here. Tesla we're in. So we've basically gotten flat in these trades. We're holding a little bit in case they keep popping, but we're basically flat right now. Again, if you want to see my P&L on Thinkorswim today, which is again it's about a $40,000 account. This is the P&L right now. We are up about a little bit under 400 on the day. Yeah, that's the P&L right now, about 380 right now on the day. So we'll take that. Also, Tesla fighting having a couple green days. I think it needed it, man. I think it down. Tesla has been getting hammered. If you look at a 10-day chart, it's a pretty nasty looking chart for Tesla, man. Just a rough looking chart. You know, so Tesla has just been getting destroyed, and so it kind of needed it, to be honest here. The Dixie still breaking down. Look at the dollar index fall here. So the Dixie breaking down. It's at 104.15s here. 104.15s. Are they a stock, Nando? What's your thoughts on a possible reverse split for AMC? I think they need it. I think AMC needs to consolidate shares and you know. We're going to go ahead and cut our SPY little dip buy trade. We're also still in Tesla, though. But yeah, I think they need it, man. I think one of the problems, like all the AMC traders are like, yeah, squeeze. But it's like, bro, the float's 500 plus million. It's not really the ideal squeeze float there, you know? So like, I understand them trying to reduce that. Or no, wait. Reduce float. Actually, I don't know. Let me see. I don't think reverse splits reduce the float, actually, right? I get them and offerings mixed up. Oh yeah, okay. My bad. They do reduce the float. Okay, all right. Yeah. So again, as was my original argument, I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure not to show you the wrong data. But yeah, so reverse splits do reduce the float. So with that, I think it's necessary if you're AMC right now. I think if all your traders want to squeeze, you're not going to squeeze with 500 plus million in the float. You know, one of the reasons GameStop squeezed so much is because the float size was 40 million and the short float was 120%. And so whenever you have a small, the larger the float, the less volatile, right? So if you want crazy parabolic squeezes, you can't really have 500 plus million in the float and get an easy squeeze like all the AMC GameStop traders, which a lot of them are new, to be honest. Like a lot of the AMC GameStop traders only entered the market when GameStop started running. So a lot of them don't really understand these nuances of market activity. Some of them do. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily bad. Yeah, 10-1 will reduce the float to about 50 million, if I'm not mistaken, for AMC. And that's great. 50 million is small. You know, it's right around what GameStop was prior to that. What's the symbol, Nando? I don't know. 23andMe, it's too vulnerable to competition, in my opinion. Yeah, like it's the alpha one, but like it's too vulnerable to competition for my taste. Like I'm not saying it won't go up. It's just not one I'm comfortable buying, you know. Their tech and patterns are worth alone 250 billion for what? What company? Yeah, so we are getting some upward action here in markets. That's nice. Tesla, we're still greening. Yeah, I mean, they could dilute themselves again after the split. I mean, that's possible too. I don't know. You know, again, I think AMC's struggling right now. And I think a lot of the AMC traders are realizing, like people like me back then, 2 years ago, that told them that AMC was hard to squeeze and that it was not going to be easy, and that the people like the AMC tubers encouraging you to do crazy big bets and never sell your AMC shares didn't have your best interest at heart and didn't really know what they were talking about. I think a lot of AMC traders are kind of slowly coming to that realization now, where they realize, like people like me who were telling you guys this the entire time, like I've said this for years. Ask anybody that's been around this channel for years. Again, all the AMC traders hated me for a period of time because I was honest about it. I said, hey, look, AMC's got a large float, a small short float. It's not GameStop. Hedge funds aren't dumb. Like, it's not going to make a crazy big squeeze. And everybody hated me, right? And I think they're all kind of coming to the realization now that what I said was true. You know, like the AMC tubers that pushed them to do dumb things were wrong. Hey, what's up, Beach? Hey, thanks, man. Y'all go check out Beach Bum's channel. He's got a great channel, a great swing trading channel. So if you haven't already, check out Beach Bum's channel. You know, check it out. Here's the link. Great swing trading content, really educational swing trading content. There's the link. It moves markets, at least some take over. So he says, does jobless claims move the price a lot? It moves it some, at least. You know, how much, we don't know. Depends on what the number comes in as. If the number comes in flat at 225, we don't know what the market reaction is going to be. If the number comes in hot over 225, market will go up probably. Market data comes in low under 225, market will go down probably. Yeah, I mean, again though, when you get a lot of new traders, and more so what it really was, it's not that, I mean, the traders buying AMC, a lot of them were new. The problem really was that the channels that were streaming, most of the channels streaming AMC data, like most of the channels, like the AMC tubers and GameStop tubers, meme tubers, I called them, most of the people doing that at the time didn't know what they were talking about. They were relatively new. They had been trading for a couple months, and they kind of jumped on that bandwagon and got big. And then they had this huge following of investors in AMC kind of following their moves, right? Like that's what happened. And then of course, AMC long term. And again, I mentioned this every day for the last few days, but I made a bet with AMC traders. I said, hey, look, if it hits 100, I'll get an AMC tattoo. And of course, it never did, you know. All right, so there's the dips at AMC. And I hope it goes up. I'm holding AMC right now, so I hope it goes up. But it's small. All right, guys. So yeah, so nice little upward action. Again, I'm probably going to try to get flat in a lot of these. It might squeeze, but it's not going to make it's not going to squeeze to 1,000 like people think it might. Like it might squeeze again one day. I'm not going to say it won't because I don't really know, but I think if it squeezes now, it might squeeze to like 10 or 20. I actually called the squeeze the last time AMC made a run. I told people I thought it could squeeze. It could hit 40 is I think what I told people. And if you look back at where it went, I'm pretty sure in pre-market, yeah, it went to 34s. So I was actually pretty close. You know, I was pretty close. But that was back in March. So it is what it is. SPY testing highs at 379. I think a big psychological level here ahead of this release is 380s. You know, I think 380s is big. All right, guys. So we're at 379s on the SPY, 379s. Tesla at 118s. AMC still down there. Here we go. Look at the dollar index here. This is the really relevant one. Is the Dixie here. Dixie's bouncing up short term, but the market hasn't really been following it super close. Expectations are for 225. So again, the nuance of it is higher is better, lower is worse. So there's a positive correlation between market activity, most likely, and the jobless claims numbers. There's going to be a positive correlation, most likely. So like higher expected, upward action, lower expected, downward action. That's kind of the nuance of it. Yeah, BBIG is probably not going to, Kelly. I mean, it might. I don't want to influence your positions. Like, BBIG is one of those companies, kind of like CEI, where it had a lot of bag holders that kind of created this big following around it and kind of pat each other on the back, so to speak, if that makes sense, right? And I'm not trying to knock on anybody. I'm really not. But, like, what happens with these penny stocks is, like, they go up and everybody's like, woohoo, it's going to the moon. And then it crashes down on everybody. And so you get thousands of traders that get stuck bag holding these companies, right? And so they just sit on them and they just watch it keep going down and keep going down. And instead of selling, they're kind of like a deer in headlights where they're just kind of stuck in the position and they just never end up selling it. And they just kind of ride it down, losing everything because they're so desperate for it to come back up. But because of that, it creates these followings of traders who are just kind of bag holding the company, right? So there's not really, it's confirmation bias. And maybe it squeezes back up one day. But like, again, sensationalized penny stock that, you know, they're desperate to get funding. Like they're desperate to fund their company, right? So they just put out a bunch of misleading catalysts, a bunch of misleading DD due diligence, and you know, eventually the company goes from 5.50 to 45 cents, and you know, it is what it is. But BBIG every now and then does spike, but like if it's gonna do it, it hasn't really made a big spike in years. So maybe it does one day, but it's unlikely, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we all get stuck in them sometimes, Kelly, so it's all good, you know. It happens. All right, SPY pull it back. We got 10 minutes, guys, 10 minutes. We got almost 700 people here. Let's see if we get some good stuff. Ugh. Ugh. I got a standing desk. My son messes with the desk too much for me to feel comfortable standing it up right now. 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes analysts have different expectations. Yeah, sometimes analysts just have different expectations. I mean, you can look on Twitter. Yeah, mostly what I'm showing. I could look at another source and see what they're showing up on their end, but I'm showing 225. Or let me make sure. Yeah, 225K is what I'm showing here. Let me look at the other source I have. 223 is what I'm showing at another source. So again, I think the median is 223. I think some did 220, some did 225. And so the middle ground is 223 is what I'm showing here. And so again, you guys don't understand. The expectations all come from banks and analysts, right? So banks and analysts are estimating how much they think the numbers are going to come in at, so they can put out target prices and stuff like that, right? So they take the middle ground number. You know, what I'm showing is 225. Some people are showing 223. I guess that could be seen as the medium number. So 220, 225, anything between 220 and 225 is going to be widely considered neutral for the most part. Anything outside of that range, under it's going to be seen negative, worse than expected. Over it is going to be seen as positive, better than expected. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I like the VWAP, Nando, but everybody's a little bit different. I like the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, and the 200 EMA. The reason I like the 200 EMA versus other EMAs is that, you know, a lot of traders a lot of traders look at moving averages because they're like widely promoted, I guess is the easiest way to put it. They're like widely promoted, right? So a lot of traders are looking at moving averages, but the problem with them is that it's hard to find consolidated volume of traders with them because you got the 9, the 8, the 12, the 20, the 15, the 18, the 24, the 32, the 45, the 50, so forth and so on, right? And so it's really hard to find consolidated volume of traders that are trading that moving average. And so it's very unreliable a lot of the time because frankly you don't have enough traders that are buying it when it pulls back to it or when it breaks underneath it and so forth. So what I use the VWAP, which is universal for the most part on an intraday basis. Like most people watching the intraday VWAP are looking at the same one. And I also use the 200 EMA because regardless of what short-term EMA you might use for your short-term trading, the 200 EMA is seen as a milestone level. And so when stocks pull back to it, you got a lot of other traders that are watching those pullbacks. And so they'll either buy it or sell it or based off of whatever price action is happening. And so you get consolidated volume at those. And then when you combine them together, like if you look at my charting here, you can see how reliable it is just kind of waiting for this zone to pull back some. So like, whoa, sorry. So you can see how reliable this zone is. So it's like you can see the pullback here, and then we get a bounce back up. You can see the pullback here, and then we get a bounce back up. And you can keep seeing it. Here's the VWAP. Here's the 200 EMA. And so like they're useful for sure. We could look at all the bounces and stuff, rejections here and here. And so they're useful. They're useful. Those are the ones that I use to gauge price action the most. And that's why. Yeah, for sure, Master Chief. Everybody's a little bit different, brother, Yeah, so it's just jobless data today. There's crude oil inventories later on this morning, like later. But for now, for today, it's mostly just job. It's kind of a slow holiday week, guys. Like right now, it's New Year's week. After this week, it's New Year's Eve. Monday's closed again. Next week is slow because of that. Next week's not really that bad. We got some stuff happening next week. We got the Fed minutes. We got jobless claims. We've got unemployment, I believe. So we got some stuff happening next week. But this week, like I said, it's going to be seen as a little bit dull. Just because of the holiday, really. All right, guys, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right, Tesla, rip it up, breaking highs here. We held those little 10 shares. I'm going to cut this and get out ahead of the jobless claims release. All right, so we're out. So we made about $30, $40 in day trading today. That's nice. In pre-market, we'll see what we get at the opening bell. Opening's been pretty solid. We've had a lot of good volatility and momentum. Hopefully, this is some foreshadowing into what we get for the jobless claims data with Tesla in the market pushing up a little bit. Sometimes there's some people with insider info, and so they're making their decisions now. Not always, though. The dollar index is starting to fall, though, breaking under the opening high right there. So hopefully that continues down as well. And yeah, guys, we got 4.5 minutes. We got about 800 people here. So if you haven't already, I would never pressure you to subscribe. But if you don't, I'll ban you forever and hate you for life. Okay, subscribe now, guys. Do it now. Just try it one time. It might feel good. Everybody's doing it. But yeah, Tesla moving up. It's at 118.50. SPY, like we can watch this support level here. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I'm just kind of messing with you guys. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. In the arms of the angel. Bring Sarah McLaughlin over here right now. All right, guys, but we are starting to get some bounce backs and stuff. So again, I'm hopefully some old dinosaurs over there at the stock market got some insider info and they're just buying up stuff right now. I'm hoping that's what's happening. But again, we don't know what's going to happen here. Let's get ready. All right, guys, 4 minutes. A little bit less than that, really about 3.5, but that's okay. Again, continuing claims expected to come in at 1.68 million. Last time was 1.672 million. Jobless claims coming in at 225. Last time was 216. So last week it was a little bit light. Crude oil inventories coming out at 11. Natural gas storage coming out at 10:30. But yeah, 225. We got about 3 minutes. SPY to 450. I hope so, bro. I hope so, man. All right, Dixie moving up a little bit. That's not good. That's not really what we want here, to be honest. We do not want to see the Dixie move up. We want to see the dollar index fall. We actually want the opposite. With inflation being high, we want the opposite of this. I get a little bit of pullbacks here ahead of this data release. We got about 2.5 minutes here, guys. 2.5 minutes. Hey, what's up, Liv, Wilton, Daniel, G, Raphael, Carlo, Nas, Garrett, Smurf. SPY at 378.80s. So again, we can watch that little level we drew here, which is the short-term support. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minute warning here. Yeah, we'll see if we get a run up. Again, I'm not saying we will or not. I don't really know. Again, hopefully with tax harvesting about to end, we get some good stuff. About 1.5 minutes, guys. 1.5 minutes. All right, guys, getting a little dip. Tesla bouncing up it, guys. We got about 1 minute left. We got over 900 people here. Subscribe, guys. We cover this data very fast as soon as it comes out. Less than 2 minutes left. About 1 minute left. 1 minute warning, guys. 1 minute warning. Again, expectations are 225. Anywhere between 220 and 225 are what I'm showing expected here. So 1 minute warning, guys. SPY dipping down a little bit ahead of this. Dollar index pretty flat. Tesla moving up. People are kind of pausing, I think, and waiting right now. All right, about 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Again, we'll cover the data as soon as we get it, guys. We don't, sometimes it's late, sometimes it's early, but generally we cover it very fast. And we also cover the market reaction so you guys can know whether it's good or bad, basically right at the dot at 8:30 to see whether it was good. So getting some dips ahead of the open here, guys. Dips ahead of the data release. I mean, 20 seconds. 225 is what's expected on my end. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. All right, guys, here we go. And there it is. Let's see what it shows up. Not really seeing any reaction here. Looks like the release is late. No reaction from it. Weird. Looks like the release is late. There's a little bit of a bounce up. All right, there it goes. So we came in at 225, exactly what's expected, 1.71 million for continuing claims. So continuing claims came in slightly higher than expected. Initial claims came in at 225 versus 225 estimates. And we are getting a bullish response in markets here from this data. But again, it was pretty neutral here. So again, initial claims came in at 225. Continuing claims came in at 1.71. 1.71. So slightly better than expected here. Initial claims were, which is the largest judge, came in neutral at 225 versus 225 expected. Continuing claims came in slightly above expectations at 1.1 or at 1.71 million. So this is going to be seen as bullish, most likely. Again, higher claims numbers means less people working, which means less spending, which means lower inflation, right? That's kind of the nuance of it. But yeah, that's the data. 225 versus 225 expected. So yeah, 1.71 million. Right, so here's the data. Getting a little bit of a pullback, but we didn't really react that much. But I guess that makes sense considering it was fairly neutral here. Here's the data up on screen right now. We're going to put this up on screen. Right, here is the data right here. My computer will load. There we go. All right, so there's the data right there. Again, kind of neutral reaction, which is as expected here. We came in exactly as expected, which was neutral. We're starting to move up a little bit from it, though. No huge run-ups or huge moves down. Also, I see some people that are a little bit late on the screen kind of yelling at me. Hey, John, it's out already. Hey, it's out already. I know y'all are late on the screen, guys. So again, let me show you guys what you need to do here. You need to click this live button, guys, next to the play button. Click this live button next to the play button. It looks like a lot of you guys are delayed behind the stream for maybe lag reasons on your end, maybe pausing it on your end, so forth and so on. But click this live button next to the play button. It'll catch you back up. But yeah, market's starting to pop. Like I said, neutral reaction for the most part. And yeah, there's the SPY rip here. So, hey, you love to see it. You love to see it. Market's going up. Yeah, so we look at the big green action here. Tesla rip it up at 118. So it looks like TOS just released the data. So a lot of people are just now waking up to the data on Thinkorswim. It looks like they released it about a minute late, about a minute after us. But yeah, 225 is what's expected, Miller, you know. 225 means neutral. The higher continuing claims is going to be seen as bearish or bullish, I mean. So the higher continuing claims, again, we told you guys exactly how we would react here, which is we came in higher than expected. Good. Continuing claims came in higher and initial claim in at neutral. So basically we're slightly better than expected here. Market's pumping up. And we told you guys the expectations for this ahead of time. And that's exactly what we got. And markets are going up on that. So good to see. But it's pretty neutral, to be honest. But now that tax harvesting is for the most part done, jobless claims came in a little bit better than expected universally. Like if you look at all of them together, a little bit better than expected. You know, maybe we got the opportunity to bounce back big today. I hope we do. Yeah, hurry. It looks like you're behind on the stream, bro. Hit the play button, man. You know, because we're so extended on the downside, Jeffrey, and a lot of the drops we've had lately are tax harvesting. Hey, thank you, D. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. And bears, listen, it's okay. Like, for whatever reason, I see a lot of bears. Like, bears always call people names. They call them dumb. They say all this different stuff, right? There's no reason to call names, you know? Like, for whatever reason, bears are the only ones that do that. Bull traders are never, like, stupid shorts. But bears are always, like, stupid long traders, you know? And it's just like, all right. Here's my long trades today. Just to put this into perspective. We're up about 440 on the day. Yeah, maybe we pump and dump. Again, the only thing I can say here is like maybe because tax harvesting is over with, we might get some bullish runs. We dropped heavily yesterday, which was a lot of people's final day for shorts. All right, Dixie falling down more. Look at the dollar index. Will it break under 104s today, guys? Will it break under 104s? Let me get this out of the way. There we go. Will it break under 104s? All right, so SPY is flying up right now, up to almost 379.50s here. Let's see if we break it. 380s. Dixie is still falling back down. Guys, market is flying up at 379.60s here. So huge bull action in markets, guys. Everything's rebounding big. Good. What are the perks of membership? I mean, listen, we're a free resource here, so we don't really charge for anything. And there's not really any paywalls behind our content, including memberships. And so the memberships, but wait, there's more. Memberships get these great, some say majestic, okay? Coveted, highly coveted emojis right now. Like, look at these things, man. Look at that face right there. Where else can you get an emoji face like that? Like, where else can you? You know, here's Carol. Here's the goat dog, Rosie. You know, coveted. Some say majestic. Dollar index breaking lows right now, guys. Breaking lows. Hey, let's keep at it here. Dollar index breaking lows. Let's see if we can break under 104s. So what's the Q doing? The Q's not turning? Yeah, some say third best emojis in the world right now, for sure. Top 3. Dollar index still breaking down here. We're finally getting a dip at 380s. All right, guys. SPY still moving up. Let's see if we can break 380s. Dollar index been breaking down here. Yeah, it's like I really do mean free. Like I've had so many people reach out to me and they want me to sell a course and they understand how much money I can make and all that stuff. And it's like I just never do. Like even becoming a member is free. Like it doesn't really give you anything unique or extra except for emojis. Like I could have said, hey, all my members get a free or get a course, but that would just really be paid content. And like I don't want that. I'd rather it just be free. You know, I'd rather everything be free. Like we got sponsors that, you know, cost money, of course, but like those are commercials. Market's pumping up. We're at 380 right now. Tesla at 118s. Dixie still breaking down here at 104.05s. 104.05s. So good data. Good. Market's starting to bounce back up here. Still got a long way to go, but like, hey. Yeah, for sure, baller. 100%, brother. 100%, man. I'm a hardcore bear and I just don't get it. I never got mad at anyone for their opinion. And if I'm bearish and the market flips on me, I switch strategies. 100%, man. I'm not against bears, man. Bears can do whatever. If anything, bears have been kind of right over the last like couple weeks for sure. Like not even questioning that or anything like that. All I will ask is like bears just don't get so emotional, man. Like there's people have all different types of trading strategies. Like you have all different types of time frames. Like some buy short term and sell, some buy long term. You know, just because you're buying right now for long term doesn't mean you're wrong. I think most people that buy right now long term will probably make money over the next 5 years. You know, probably. Nobody knows for sure. Not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose. Don't sue me. But I think most people are probably going to make money long term if they start buying up blue chips right now. Only blue chips like Amazon, Google, Disney, stuff like that. And so I don't think calling people names for buying right now makes sense. You know, I think what insults, anytime anybody insults anything, like whether you're bullish or bearish, anytime somebody insults, it shows an insecurity about their own positions is what it shows. Like if you got to make fun of other people based off of your own positions, that just means you're insecure about your positions. Because if you were confident, you would just kind of let people be how they want to be. And to be fair, nobody really did that today, per se. I don't think anybody really did that today, but basically stop calling people names in here, guys. I mean, unless you're calling me top 3. Tesla up to 118.60s, though. It was slightly better than expected, Haynes. Slightly better. Yeah, maybe we should end the poll now that everybody's voting on it. I mean, we were bullish. To be fair, we were bullish ahead of this. So, like, we were about 54% ahead of the time. So, but we'll end it now. Here's a new poll right now. We'll do a new poll. Does the market, does the SPY, we'll do this. Does the SPY hold? Does the SPY close over 380 today? I think that's a very, very interesting number. Yes or no? The SPY close over 380 today. Vote in the poll. Yeah, I mean, the data today is going to be seen as bearish. I mean, there's a reason the market's flying up here on this data release, you know, is because less people working is better for inflation, you know, if that makes sense. Less people working, less people spending, businesses have to lower prices in order to remain competitive. Businesses lower prices, thus inflation is lowered, is kind of what happens. That's why there's That's why there's a positive correlation with jobless claims and inflation and market activity, really. More so than inflation. I don't know how perfect the correlation is with actual inflation, but with market activity and optimism, there's a positive correlation with jobless claims and optimism right now, and inflation problems. Hey, all good, Ron. AMC kind of rip it up with the market too. Hey, you love to see it. Let's see if it continues here. Yeah, let's see if tax harvesting, being over just continues to ramp the market up. I mean, again, market dropped massively yesterday. The beautiful thing about long-term holds, the dollar index breaking lows again, down under 104.05s. It's at 104.04s now, breaking lows right now for the Dixie. Tesla breaking highs or testing highs at 119.40 or so. SPY up there 380 exactly. So let's see if it holds now. But yeah, I mean, I think there's some arguments for bull action to close the year today and tomorrow, just because tax harvesting is probably done. Dixie break it down more. Look at the 104 levels here. So right at 104s, let's see if we can hold under 104s. Let's look at the poll here as well. We asked people, does the SPY close over 380 today? We got a little bit less than 100 votes in about 2 minutes. 59% say yes, 41% say no. Let's see. Also, guys, y'all check out Chart Prime, another one of the really useful sponsors we have. We had two really great ones. Top Step is one of the easiest ones to check out. Top Step, if you want to trade these big releases, like look at the E-mini here, right? Look at Tesla, look at the E-mini. It's basically the same price action as the SPY, right? So if you look at the SPY here on the left and you look at the right side, this is the same thing. It's the S&P 500 futures contract, and there's no PDT rule in futures. So you can actively day trade short. If you want to short these Echo releases, you can. If you want to long them, you can in the futures market without PDT restriction. Then you can basically day trade the S&P 500, which is what is influenced by these releases in futures. Top Step is a funded account program, and it's the most legitimate futures funded program in the world. And it's a great middle ground for traders. If you want to test yourself and see if you're ready to scale up your size, to put up the money yourself in futures, you need about 10K. Top Step allows you to try out a funded account program. So they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on the demo, the base one's 50K. So if you can hit 3K in profit on that demo without losing $2,000 or more, without losing $1,000 per day, and you can follow the rest of their rules, then they fund you that $50,000. Legitimate funded account program, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, pays out millions of dollars in actual withdrawals every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. And it's hard to get funded, but I think a lot of people are going to save money because instead of putting up 10K themselves and losing thousands, they can try this out and see if they're really ready. And if they're good enough, they can get funded. And if they're not, base package is less than $150 a month. And you can get 20% off if you use my link. Check it out here. Great way to help support the channel. There's the link right there if you want to check it out. Great way to help support us. They are sponsors, so I'm definitely biased in their favor. But look at the market rip up here, guys. Look at the E-mini flying up on this data as well. Yeah, everything looks pretty solid. Swing trades are killing it today, which is lovely. I mean, we were down a little bit from it, but here's my swings. We're up a little bit under 700. Dude, Maximus, you don't even come at me in my territory about my beard like that, bro. Listen, man, I got the top 3 best beards in the world right now. It's not even arguable. Anybody that tries to argue it just looks bad because they're lying. They know I'm in the top 3. All right. Disrespect, sir. No, it's all good, man. Market's pumping up. Tesla's kind of leading it as well. We're at 119.50s here. E-mini at 387 or 3837s. If I sell today, I can't claim a loss for 2020Y. I think the deadline was yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure. I think somebody said they checked. IM said they checked it. So it might not be today. It might be tomorrow. She said Friday. Schwab said tomorrow, but I'm not 100% sure. I would contact your broker and ask your broker first before you make any decision on whether to sell for tax harvesting. I would contact your broker first. Wait, did somebody buy Southwest? What's the symbol? Is it LUV, LUV, right? Love is still down. If they got acquired, it would be ripping up more. Are you a Cowboys fan? Absolutely not. I like Dak. I like Dak Prescott because I'm from Louisiana, and so is he. He's from Shreveport, I think, right? And so I like Dak Prescott. But I'm rooting for the Saints, even though they're terrible. And this year I'm rooting for the Bengals. Maybe the Eagles. I like Jalen Hurts. But yeah, definitely not a Cowboys fan, bro. Speaking of Texas, though, the Rangers got Jacob deGrom next year in baseball, too. That'll be fun. I might go catch a game out there one day. All right, guys. Tesla breaking highs again, almost back up to 120s here. SPY testing that 380 level, big psychological level. It's important to see if we hold there. Oh, but also, guys, the other sponsor I have here, and again, this is a sponsored post, but like one of the ways, like you can see, here's my profit graph this week so far in futures. One of the things that we've been using in futures, so this is pulled directly from the platform over the last week, right? So we're up a little bit under $200 in futures over the last week. One of the ways we've been doing this is through a chart prime. You know, so like if we pull up the chart here, it's surprisingly accurate, man. It really is. Like you gotta, like during this data release, it's a little bit less accurate, and it's not gonna be right every time, but like it is surprisingly accurate here, just based off of this data. So like first off, chart prime, what they do is they give you reversal signals here. So like here's the SPY, right? This is what I generally trade, and this is what is influenced by this is what is influenced by these big data releases like jobless claims numbers. But look at this here. So just look at the accuracy. Possible reversal up, huge bounce, possible reversal down, big drop. And they automatically document support or resistance. They got an amazing oscillator with signals and all that stuff. And it's very cheap right now. I think there's like a 40 or 50% off deal going on right now. But if you zoom back here, just look at how accurate this thing is here. Like look at the bottoms that it shows. Like look, possible reversal up and bullish engulfing. It'll also show you candlesticks, bounce, possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal up, bounce. If you find two of them grouped together, like this possible reversal up and bullish engulfing, nice bounce, possible reversal down, drop. I'm like John Madden, but like check it out, guys. Like I said, it really is very cheap for what you're getting here, and it's a trading view indicator service, so you can use it on stocks, crypto, forex, futures, all that stuff. It's very cheap. I think you can get it for like $40 or less a month right now, and it's just super cheap. You can use it in whatever trading instrument you want on TradingView, and it's just useful. And so check it out. It's called Chart Prime. It is a sponsor of mine. I will put the link in chat for both of these here if you want to check them out. So for Top Step, I think I posted that already for Top Step. But for Chart Prime, let me throw it up here. Like I said, I genuinely use Chart Prime. Like I'm definitely biased in both of their favors. Like they're both sponsors of mine. And again, we try not to plug anything for the first like 2-3 hours of the stream. And so we kind of add some streams plugs towards the end just to kind of balance it out a little bit. But jobless claim numbers came out. There's Chart Prime right there. You can get 40% off is what the deal is right now. But yeah, jobless claim numbers are out. They're causing markets to fly. Tesla ripping up here. Huge bullish action right now in Tesla. Rest of the markets are pumping up too. So that's nice to see. So it works on all time frames. You can use it on all time frames. I'm not going to say it works because I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. Of course, it all depends on the trader. But you can use it on, I use it on 1 minute. But you can use it on 5 minute, 15 minute, hourly, daily, whatever you want to use it on, really. But yeah, so market finally pulling back, still just slightly under 380s here. And we'll see how we act at the opening bell. Again, the argument could be that tax harvesting is over with now. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Yeah, Focus said, I got Chart Prime. It's awesome. Draws all the resistance lines and patterns. Yeah, for sure. Super useful. Honestly, genuinely useful. Like, not even like, of course, I'm biased because they're a sponsor of mine, but like genuinely useful, man. Like, very useful, to be honest. So, has my music stopped? Let's see what else we got. Market pulling back finally a little bit after ramping up after jobless claims numbers. So we're finally getting some dips. Yeah, all good, Ben. Hey, good luck, Ben. Yeah, y'all check out our Discord as well. We'll give it that plug a little bit later. We're finally pulling back. We're at 379.50s here. Tesla finally dipping back some. Big rip ups from this data, but it doesn't really mean anything yet. I mean, we're not up enough to where like we're for sure going to be green or anything like that. What's your take on commodities? I mean, I trade futures, but I mostly trade like, you can trade crude a lot. Crude is probably, if I had to trade a commodity, it'd probably be crude. Everything else is a little bit sketchy in terms of volatility and consolidated volume. But yeah, I mostly trade the S&P. You know, I trade futures, but it's mostly just the S&P is what I trade. Let's look at the poll here. All right, so we asked people, does the SPY close over 380? At about 200 votes, we got about 59% saying yes, 41% saying no. All right, so SPY dipping down. We got 379.50s that we're approaching here. Tesla dragging the market down a little bit, at least some. All right, guys. So again, we pulled back a little bit. I could buy this dip. I might buy this dip a little bit here. It's like 20 shares. See if we can capitalize on the volatility from the big pullback. See if buy starts coming in here. We're still pretty decently above VWAP and above the 200 EMA, but still. All right, so we got a little bounce up. Maybe I should have taken some larger sizing here with the SPY. But again, you can do exactly what I'm doing right now on the SPY in the futures market on a platform called Top Step. And again, check out the link in the description for that. You can use it there. Basically doing exactly what I'm doing, buying the SPY, which is just the E-mini. Here's the E-mini futures contract on the right, which is what you would trade on Top Step, is this right side here. Super useful. All right, guys, so we're bouncing up a little bit. I should have added some more to this. Maybe we get another little dip. The bounce would have worked. We caught the little short-term bounce, but we should have added a little bit more to this, I guess. And I just didn't quite get it, unfortunately. All right, guys. So getting a little pop back up on the SPY. Again, I could have wrote it up the same. Patiently waiting here. And we got a little bit of gains here. I got to add some more to this, but we just got to sit. The Dixie broke 103s. Let's check it out. There's the dollar index. It is breaking. It broke 103s for a second. It popped right back up though. What do you mean, Justin? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, if they're trading news like this, where they're getting in ahead of news releases and taking big polarized positions ahead of data drops, then they're probably not profitable traders mold. Because most experienced traders are not going to take huge positions ahead of these releases. Like at very best, I trade a lot. I watch a lot of these releases. Like we cover all the major ones. We cover CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales, GDP, unemployment, all the big earnings releases. Most smart, profitable traders are not going to take huge positions ahead of these releases. Most of the time, they're going to wait and take reactionary positions, kind of like what I'm doing now. But even this is small here. Like we're just kind of taking little bitty trades, and we'll add a little bit more on the dip. But again, most of them aren't taking huge polarized positions ahead of these releases because that's just gambling. Really, that's a coin flip. Nobody knows what the data is going to show up as. You can try to guess it, but taking a huge position based off of essentially a coin flip is not, in poker terms, is not what's called a plus EV play. It's not a plus long-term value play. Like you're not going to make money on average long-term trading like that and betting on those things. It's mostly gambling. The big earnings releases? What do you mean, Haynes? We stream them all, man, if you want to watch. We cover all the big ones. SPY's starting to push back up, testing that 380 level now. The dollar index is starting to pump up, though, which is not really what we want, but like it's starting to. So again, we'll see if it actually holds or not. But the Dixie's starting to move up, back up to 104, almost 104.10s. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit. We might take some trades here. We take 50 shares. Get in at 50, see if we bounce fast. No, Nicholas, it's actually better not to try to get around the PDT rule in that way. Like most overshores platforms are going to be sketchy, Nicholas. Like I said, try out something like Top Step. It's a funded account program for futures. Like what I've noticed is like most traders that are looking for ways to get around the PDT rule should be trading futures. Like the futures market, there's no PDT restrictions. You can day trade and short the S&P 500, which is what most blue chip stocks follow. Like you look at Apple, you look at Disney, you look at Google, you look at Tesla. Most of the time, there's going to be a similar trend in those stocks to the S&P 500 or the E-mini futures contract, right? So you can essentially day trade those things, or at least similar price action to those things in the futures market without restriction, And so putting your money at some sketchy offshore broker is a bad move. Like if you want to try out futures, like I said, try out Top Step. I'm definitely Top Step. I'm biased in Top Step's favor because they're a sponsor of mine. But it's a good way to try out the futures market for cheap. Like the base one's less than $150 a month. You can try it out. If you don't like it, you're not down much. It's going to be a lot easier to try that out than risking thousands, putting your money offshore in sketchy offshore brokerages. And generally speaking, the futures market is just going to be better for that anyway. And again, futures, like, look, here's the E-mini, right? Trading this is exactly the same. I can buy market, sell market, buy the bid, sell the ask. It's just like day trading stocks. The only difference is the sizing. So like one contract in futures it's going to depend on the contract. Like for the E-mini, every tick up or down this makes with one contract is $12.50 in profit or losses. Right. So if I have two contracts and it goes in my favor of one tick, I make $25. If I have four contracts and it goes against me one tick, I lose $50. If I have one contract and it goes against me one tick, I lose $12.50, so forth and so on. Right. That's the only major difference between futures and stocks. Aside from that, it's buy market, buy bid, sell ask, all that different stuff. And very similar to just basic stock trading, which is why I'm saying like a lot of people are going to find value in futures over anything else. Right, 100%. Jeff's actually a great idea. Paper trade until you're profitable. Try a Top Step funded account. If you can get funded, you have a limited risk and an unlimited upside. Once you're funded or once you make enough money doing whatever, then you fund your own account and do it that way. That's the way to try out these things without risking a ton of money. 100%. How much is a contract? One contract is the same as the S&P 500. So if you look at the E-mini, it's about 4K, a little bit under 4K right now. But again, you could try out Top Step, and if you could pass their testing, so like they give you a demo, you can even try them out for free for 2 weeks with just a basic demo account for free. But if you actually want to take part in the funded account program, which is like a good middle ground, right? Like, so it's a good middle ground where it gives you some pressure, right? Because you're trying to get funded. So it's not just a basic paper account, right? It gives you some pressure. There's a lot of resources. You can build rules, follow rules, all that stuff. Teaches you how to follow rules in an effective way. But if you lose it, you're not down a ton, you know, and it's like 150. It's like 130 something if you use my link per month. Hey, what's up, Al? Yeah, in futures, you could scout. I mean, you can trade exactly like I'm trading right here on the SPY in futures. You know, we're going to cut this. And so we made about $50 in pre-market today. Made a little bit on Tesla. Made a little bit on the SPY. Day trading, that is. I mean, and understand, I'm definitely biased because Top Step's a sponsor of mine. You know, you can check out Top Step. Check out the link in the description. You get 20% off. But yeah, I'm definitely biased because they're a sponsor of mine. So full transparency there. But yeah, Tesla popping up, E-mini popping up. Dollar index did bounce up a little bit, but looks like it's probably coming down now, I'm guessing, right? So yeah, starting to break down, testing that 104 level again. We got about 25 minutes until the market opens. All right, so we're still testing 380 on the SPY. Tesla up to 119s. Dixie's starting to break down some, which is good. It's kind of what you want. We got crude oil imports later. Hey, what's up, William? Hey, Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year. Happy holidays to you as well, man. How's the payout for Top Step? Well, you get to keep your first 5,000 on Top Step. They process payments within about 8 hours, I think. And there's a 90% split once you're funded after you withdraw your first 5K. So you make 10K, you keep 9K once you're funded. And it's hard to get funded. I don't think it's easy to get funded, but I think it's a good middle ground for traders to test themselves. You know, like I think a lot of people are going to try Top Step and lose and then stop trading. And I think that's a good thing because I think those same people, if they wanted to really try it out, they'd have to put up 10K in futures and risk thousands and lose way more, you know, if they tried it out, you know. So I think it's a good middle ground where it's like, it basically enables you to save some money, you know, trying out stuff that you might not be completely ready for. And if you are ready for it and you're a solid trader, you can get funded, you know. Hey, thank you, SMM. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we got about 13 minutes. Speaking of that, we're going to get ready to trade on Top Step here. So yeah, here is the E-mini. Let me get ready here. Well, yeah, Ameritrade's not going to have good fills, you know, on paper is what I mean. What's the difference between futures and stocks? Futures, to understand futures, you really got to understand what they are. Like, they were originally created for farmers to have a little bit more stable pricing, because like what farmers would do for commodities is like they would grow all these crops, but then by the time it came time to sell these crops, the price had fluctuated so much that it hurt their margins, and it was very unstable and difficult to predict. And so they started creating contracts in the futures market to bet on the future price of a commodity for farmers to have a little bit more price stability. So people would speculate on the future price of a commodity, thus bringing us to the name futures, right? That's really where futures came from, is because it was originally betting on the future price of commodities. Now it's essentially just trading commodities as a whole, right? Is really what it is. But you can also trade like the S&P 500 in futures, which is what we trade here. And so that's really what futures are. The main difference in trading terms is that, every quarter you got to roll over contracts to the most liquid one. Right now for the E-mini, we're on the MESH3 contract. The regular E-mini would be the ESH3. This is the micro E-mini. And so, yeah, you got to roll over your contracts every quarter. Aside from that, you can see I can buy market, buy bid, sell bid, all that stuff, just like stocks. The big difference is contracts. Like 2 contracts in the micro here would be $12.50, or would be $1.25 in profit or losses, right? So if I have 4 contracts of the micro E-mini, that means every tick up or down, that's $5. If I've got 8 contracts, that means every tick up or down is $10. Data's already out, Kate. You can look at the number at the bottom of the screen here. I'm gonna make this scroller on the bottom so people can see what it is and get that other one out the way. There we go. Right, for sure, Kale. Is it me or futures got really popular this year? I mean, I've been trading them off and on, like back and forth, not just on Top Step, but actually on Thinkorswim. Like my TOS account, I'm approved to trade futures, so like I can trade them on TOS too. I've been trading them for years though, so I think a lot of traders found them in the last year from streamers like me, but I've been trading them for years, All right, guys. So yeah, we still got 20 minutes left until the market opens. Data was it was mostly neutral, but it was somewhat good, initial claims came in flat. So as expected, maybe some people expected 223, so maybe slightly better than expected for initial claims. Continuing claims came in higher than expected, right? Which is going to be seen as positive because it means less spending. So overall positive, slightly positive, but positive nonetheless. Is kind of what the data was. All right, so we do have a little bit of a flag pattern, and this flag pattern on the S&P 500 of the SPY here is super obvious. Like, look at this. Y'all want to know why they call it a flag? That's why. It's because it looks like a flag. You know, you see the pole here, you see the actual flag pattern. But yeah, this is why they call them flag patterns, guys. If you ever wanted to know why, this is why. And that's the easiest way to remember what they look like. Again, if you want to be a little bit better. It's a flag. Now we'll see if it goes. The problem with flags that I have is like this is a bullish flag. Generally, it's supposed to go up, right? But we don't ever know. Sometimes they break on the downside too and come back down. Same thing with triangles. Like you can have a triangle here like this, and it can really theoretically break on either side. It can break here, it can break there. You don't know where it's going to go. That's the reason I don't really like trading flags because of that, you know, because you don't really know which way they're going to break, really. Yeah, micros are definitely the best way to. I'm still trading micros. Honestly, the regulars go against you so fast, bro. Like people don't understand, man. Like the regular E-mini, 1250 per profit or 1250 per tick, profit or losses, right? So if it goes against you 5 ticks, which is a relatively small move, you know, you're gonna be down. What is that? You're gonna be down. Just to do the math real quick, $75. Oh, no. Sorry, my typing is wrong. Sheesh, bro. I don't know if my mouse is broken. 1250 multiplied times 5. 6250 is what you'd be down. Right? So, and it can go against you 10 ticks, 20 ticks very quickly. Right? So if you're starting out, you always want to trade the micros because they're smaller. Right? They're 10x smaller basically than the regular E-mini. They're 10 times smaller. Right? So you're going to take, again, everybody wants to gamble and have fun, but regular futures, the E-mini regular goes against you very fast. It can go in your favor really quick too, but it just turns on you quick, and you know it's really easy to kind of gamble out of control with it. So I trade the micros mostly. I'd rather trade like 5 or 6 contracts of the micros than 1 contract of the E-mini. Like if I buy or the regular E-mini, like if I buy 5 contracts of the micro, it's basically half the size of the regular E-mini, which is perfect kind of middle ground for me, buying 5 or 6 contracts max. Yeah, you can lose an account in seconds if you don't trade the regulars. If you trade the regulars, I mean. Yeah, so there's the break. And again, like I said, I mean, we can call it a pennant. Not really any point to the flag, but you can kind of see the breakdown here. Once it breaks out of that bottom range right here that everybody was watching for this pattern, regardless of what it is. That's the other thing about triangles is like they're called so many different things: flags, pennants, wedges. You know, there's just like there's slight differences between all of them, but like you know, at a certain point, it's just too much fluff. Yeah, all good, Nicholas. Do I ever use Bookmap when trading? No, not really. I was talking to them for a little bit, but it just didn't work out. They were a potential sponsor of mine, but yeah, it just didn't work out. Well, it depends on what you trade. Like I'm mostly a scalper, so like 1 minute patterns are usually what I'm looking at. Yo, y'all hit the subscribe button, guys. Listen, we do this live every day for free right here. So hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. Every weekday morning, we're live right here. We don't sell any course or service. We give everything away for free. We don't claim to be experts. I don't even claim to be a good trader. And so hit the sub button, guys, if you haven't yet. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, what's up, Tiny? No, all good. No need to apologize. Yeah, hope you had fun. All good. 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Let's see if the market is starting to bounce back a little bit here. So, hopefully it does. All right, guys. So yeah, just waiting. We got about 10 minutes, a little bit less than 10, or a little bit over 10 minutes until the actual data is released. Yeah, the news was mostly good, mostly positive. Somewhat neutral, but mostly positive. All right, getting some big upward action in markets. Look at the Q pop here. Is this Tesla related? No. Something had some good news, maybe. Maybe it's just following the trend. Let me see. Any tech stocks moving up big? Well, there's crude oil imports and inventories, I think. Maybe it's inventories today. Yeah, it's crude oil inventories at 11. Data's released every day. Not all of it's important. So like data's released every day, but it's not all like super important. Like most of it's not. You know, big ones are like, in terms of like scale list, or in terms of relevancy, I should say. CPI is probably at the top, followed by the FOMC rate hike decision, followed by any other Jerome Powell press conference, followed by PPI, GDP, unemployment, non-farm payrolls, jobless claims, and then everything else, whatever everything else is. You know, everything else is arguably not super relevant. But that's kind of the list of biggest releases versus everything else, and then earnings. Earnings are somewhere in the middle of all that. But yeah, big pop in the SPY. Yeah, Tesla's not really leading this move though. So like this move is on the SPY. Tesla's not really dragging it up. It's not Tesla. Apple's kind of gapping up big, but it's not really Apple either. It's some other tech stock. Not Microsoft. It's not really Google either. Something else. Let me see what the Q is doing. So yeah, the Q is ripping up, but I'm trying to figure out why. It might just be a technical move. It's not super big to have to be fundamental. Cannabis stocks, I'm skeptical, Justin. I'm a big believer in the cannabis market. I think that it needs to be legalized. I think that, you know, a lot of people are basing it off of government propaganda from the 60s and that it's time to legalize. I think that it's an objectively less harmful drug than, say, alcohol. You know, and I think people consume drugs on a daily basis without realizing they are. Sugar's terrible for you. Alcohol is a far more harmful substance than cannabis, yet it's sold at gas stations, you know. And so I think in terms of like not being hypocritical and having an even standard of legalization, cannabis 100% should be legalized. Just based off of like how much it inebriates people. It's not super huge relative to a lot of other legal substances, as well as like the long-term harm it does to the body is very small relative to alcohol or anything else. And I'm not against alcohol either. I believe people should be able to do whatever they want to do as long as it's not hurting anybody else. you know. But with that said, there's a lot of lobbyists against it. The pharmaceutical industry, you know, a lot of them lobby against it heavily. They certainly don't want it legalized because it's mostly natural. It's a natural substance that alleviates a lot of the ailments that plague people that they need big man-made synthetic pharmaceuticals for. And so I think there's a lot of lobbying efforts against it, especially by law enforcement in the prison industry as well. And so they're paying politicians a lot of money to keep it criminalized and prohibited. And so the argument is not whether it should be legal, I guess, but more so when it will be nationally. And I don't know. It's too difficult to predict that. And so you could buy them now. I thought it would be legalized by now years ago when cannabis stocks first started becoming a thing. But for now, you know, it's too hard to judge when it's going to actually be legalized. The other question is, will legalization help or hurt a lot of these cannabis stocks that are out there? You know, the floodgates are going to open up when it is nationally legalized, and there's going to be a lot more competition for these companies. And so that's another argument that's not really said a lot is, will it even be good for some of these companies, which are now thriving in their own markets? But when nationwide legalization happens, you know, competition is going to show up as well. Yes. Yeah, it is, Eugene. I mean, not in Texas, but basically, you know, everywhere else. Yeah, I'm from Louisiana. They have liquor at gas stations, you know. They have drive-through daiquiri shops, you know. So yeah. I'm not a stoner, Jeremy. I've got a wife and kids. I'm in Texas. The risk reward here is just not good enough. And I always just kind of got like, I'm not saying I was ever perfect, but like, no, it's just not something I do. Not obviously, I'm not morally against it, but the only reason I'm talking about it is because it's relevant to like stock market right now. It's cannabis stocks are interesting conversation, I think. All right, Tesla pumping up now, almost to 120s again. Tech stocks are pulling back though, so something else is dipping in tech. Yeah, I mean, Texas is silly sometimes, man. Freedom, yeah, you know, but it's like ballot initiatives are not even a thing here. So it's like we all got to basically go at the whim of politicians who are a lot of the time really old dinosaur politicians controlling everything. And, you know, even though like the majority of the state probably would want it legalized, you know, at least medically, you know, these old dinosaur politicians who are getting paid by pharmaceutical companies, mostly in the prison industry here in Texas, for sure, keeping it criminalized, you know. But freedom, Texas, freedom, you know. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit, but we're in an obvious sideways range here. Here's the sideways range. Now, we'll see if we break out of this range. We've been in a sideways range for a while now. Yeah, I'm not judging Jeremy for sure, bro. You know. All right, Tesla rip it up, though. All right, Tesla up to 120.50s right now. So Tesla's kind of dragging the market up right now. Yeah. I mean, as do I, Cade. You know, I'm not complaining about it, you know, but like, it's got pros and cons for sure. Yeah, guys, we got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, but the problem with Cali is taxes, man. Like, it's so hard to live there, and based off of everything. Like, to get like a shack, you got to pay like $1 million. It's just way too high. So pros and cons everywhere. You know what I mean? There really are pros and cons everywhere. Like, some good, some bad. All right, guys, here's the opening bell in about 1 minute. 1 minute. No, it looks like a very badly done website. Who said that? Wilton. Yeah, it looks like a very poorly done website. So that makes me immediately skeptical. I'm going to delete that comment so nobody goes there. But it looks like a terribly done website. As a web developer, just a badly done site. All right, guys, here's the opening bell. 20 seconds. Again, market's pretty green today ahead of this report, or after this report. I get a little bit of a dip at the open, though. Here's the opening bell. There's the pop. So, again, very neutral action ahead of this. Jobless claims already came out. We got a lot of stuff running up at the open, though. Let's see if the market pulls up. Tesla pulling back here. Yeah, top 3 web dev in the world right now. Tesla finally pulling back. Q pulling back. Other stuff moving up, though. SPY dipping. And SPY consolidating. Big down wick here. We're going to wait for some momentum to settle. Hey, what's up, John? All right, SPY consolidating mostly at the open. We got some upward and downward movement. Let's see if it holds. Again, tax harvesting is done. So we'll see if that gives us some good action today. Tesla is kind of dragging the market down. Tesla dumping hard. Down to 118s. Other stuff's doing okay, though. Disney moving up. Market's starting to rebound here. Big pops and everything. Just kind of patiently waiting to trade here, man. We got a lot of upward volatility in action here, so that's good. I'm just kind of hanging out here, waiting for something to show up. There's some upward action, but we got mostly neutral chop at the open. See, we do like a red to green move. There's the market start to creep back up. Very tight opening range here, guys, at the open. We're going to draw some lines around it so we can watch this opening range. Finally getting some breakdowns from it. Tesla is really what's weak. So Tesla is what's breaking down, dragging the market. All right, starting to move back up. Again, a little sideways range here at the open. Let's see if the SPY can get over the VWAP here, starting to. SPY breaking down again, mostly Tesla dragging down right now. A lot of up wicks and down wicks, so there's not really any edge here in my opinion, guys. There's not really much edge to attack right now for me. Yeah, we're slightly going down, but it's not a lot. We're right at the 200 EMA for the SPY right now, bouncing. A lot of large caps are bouncing with us, so you know, it doesn't mean much yet. We might keep going down though, but looks like we're going up now, breaking highs a little bit. All right, so there's a pop back up, still neutral on the day basically. Tax harvesting is done here, guys, so it looks like we're starting to ramp up some. Will we break 380s is the real question. All right, there's the SPY just ripped over 380s with a huge pop. Wow. Huge green action at the opening bell. Good. Let's see if we hold. Yeah, not really much to trade yet here. Big green action. Very strong looking moves and everything, really. Starting to get a little dip here. We can buy one contract. We're going to keep it small right now. Big upward moves at the open. Let's see if tax harvesting is done. SPY ripping up big. All right, so we just got out. We made a little bit. Tesla starting to rebound too, back over 119s, dragging the SPY back up. Market is flying up. SPY ripping up more. Yeah, that's a big red to green move, man. Markets are keeping going up too, man, so far here. Again, there's so much green action. It's hard for me to buy this dip really right now. Market is still pumping up here. Wow, man. Huge movements. Wow. Huge rip ups. Still pumping up too, man. Tesla pumping up too. Again, tax harvesting season being over has just caused this huge, crazy big run. Yeah, we haven't traded much. I mean, we've only had green candles over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. So there's just nothing really to do. Like dramatic rebounds. Yeah, I mean, again, I gotta wait for a pullback to buy anything right now. Yeah, huge green day. Not really any pullbacks to buy here. We got a little 1 wick move. This might be a little bit a bad buy here, actually, but we'll take it just in case the market squeeze keeps happening here. Which is kind of what this is a squeeze. Tesla pumping up too. Shorts are getting popped out of this. Finally getting a dip. We can start to add some more. Start to take some type of risk here. But, man, all right, there's another pop-up. Sheesh, man. Wow. Took some more off. All right, we scalped some more. We made about $20. I mean, we're green today. It's hard not to be green, though. Sheesh. Jeremy, because it's all based off of extension. Yesterday, we had a huge drop based off of tax harvesting. Now that tax harvesting is done, most likely what's going on is people are now speculating that today we're going to get a big bull run because tax harvesting is done. Tax harvesting is selling towards the end of the year to lock in losses that you've taken, especially in this current bear market for tax purposes. Now that tax harvesting is arguably over with, you know, it's kind of like letting the bull out the gate now. You know what I mean? Like everybody's starting to run and buy and buy and buy and buy. And I'm not saying I agree with it or anything, but that's just kind of what's going on right now. Market is just flying up here, man. Sheesh. Hope you guys are killing it, man. I haven't really been trading this because the extension's a little bit too much for me. We could buy a little mini dip right here. But eventually, man, still going. We got to take some larger size too. I guess today's the day, but I don't want to get stuck in a pullback here. All right, so look, we're going to start to scale in on the next dip. Man, we're kind of flat on these positions as a whole right now, but look at my P&L today, man. Sheesh. Swings up just on the day, $1,170. Again, we're probably pretty flat in these positions as a whole, though, because we dropped so much yesterday, but you love to see it. I'll tell you that. Looks like we're about to break high, so we're getting into a 3 contract position. See if we can get a quick little pop up and sell. We're not going to hold this long though, and we're going to cut it fast too. All right, we took a little bit off there. We got stuck. We didn't catch the actual pop though, unfortunately, but let it ride. Cutting it. All right, so we just made another $20, $30. I mean, we're very green on the day. Sheesh, dude. I haven't seen this much bull action in a while, man. Basically rebounded all the way back up from where we started yesterday, plus a little bit in some stocks. All right, we finally got a dip here. The dip could be big, so we're going to start to scale into it. Well, if you haven't voted on the will we hold over 380 poll, you might want to vote on that thing now. All right, we're going to take some swing into the cushion that we have here. I told you guys we were trying to scale up today, so that's what we're trying to do. We finally got a dip here. 381 level is what the plan is to scale into. There's 4 contracts. There's 5. Rip it up. Took a little bit off. Got 2 contracts left. Didn't really credit me with much of the gains, but that's okay. We made about $15 there. Not the trade we wanted to make. We got the bounce at 380, but we didn't get fill like we wanted to, and that's all right. Have we lost today since the open? No losses since the open. Here's our P&L so far today. Two contracts again. Might scale into some more if we pull back since we got a nice little cushion on the day. Try to make some money. There's 4 contracts. Trying to get into 6 maybe. Got a nice little pop up. Not enough for me to really be comfortable yet. I want to take some profit first. I just locked in some. 2 contracts left. Took another. Go ahead and cut that. Made about $30, $40 again. All right, we're up to about 100 on the day. Bounced right off of that 381 whole dollar level on the SPY. Sheesh, man, what a crazy day. Market's breaking highs again. Disney, Google breaking highs again. Tesla testing highs again. Tesla at 121s. Sheesh, man. This craziness, to be honest. Double top here. We're going to buy the down wick. See if we get a quick little break of the highs here. We're approaching it. 3 contracts. Again, we got a double top. We're approaching the highs. A lot of the time, it's like a magnet. It's going to drag it up. Let's see if we do. Trying. That's not a good pullback. That's not what we want. We'll give it 1 second, but we're probably about to cut this. All right, there's some more momentum coming through. Down wick buyings coming in. 4 contracts. Testing that high level now. Let's see if we break it. Again, it's kind of a double top, but a lot of the time we do this, we do a small pullback and then we actually break the high. So we move up, we test the high, we pull back a little bit ahead of it, and then we push back up and break the high again. That's why I'm buying here. We're also prepared to cut it if we need to, though. We break under that low of that candle, we'll cut it. Which I know the market makers are looking at stop losses there, but I think if we break underneath there, we're going to lose momentum. And we'll hold it until that. Hopefully it doesn't. Looks like it might be moving back up. Disney is still pumping up. There we go. Oh, yeah, for sure, pawn. Yeah, we're up thousands on the swings today. All right, there's the break. There we go. Beautiful. All right, cut it. We got 1 contract left. Take it a little bit more off. Just made about 30 here. Gonna let the rest ride a little bit. If it pull back too much, we'll cut the rest of it too. We're just gonna cut it there. It looks like we might retrace, which is exactly what happened. But man. Yeah, this is the P&L. Like I said, I think we're slightly green on what we have left here of these trades, but we are up about 1,300 on our swings today. Looks like it was a good move to cut that too. And we're finally starting to scale out. Whew, man, crazy open, guys. Crazy open, man. Honestly, tax harvesting is done, though. I understand the logic. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla finally starting to dip down. Everything's finally pulling back some. We might buy some of this stuff up too. We're up hundreds though on the day. Here's our graph today so far. We are up about 123. Problem is that we might be a little bit extended now, so we got to cut things fast if they turn. You know, because again, we don't go up forever. Nothing does. And we're very close to cutting this. See if we retrace it with a candle wick or something like that, but I'm not going to count on that. Kind of stair-stepping down. I don't want the elevator to show up, though. Tesla's starting to bounce up a little bit. That's the only reason we're kind of staying in this so far. Less than $20 so far, but I don't like this movement at all. It looks like we're going to break down here. So we cut it. Patience now. Everything's starting to pull back. Extension is what we're in now. All right, we're only going to go up for so long. We're not just going to rip up. Now, we might consolidate, pull back, and hold, and then go make another run. But yeah, that's kind of what we're in now. All right, get a little dips here. I might buy this dip up now. We got two. We'll take a little bit more. We'll take 2 contracts at first. Nothing more than this. Start to swing a little bit here. There we go. Took half off. Got out right at the top there, so made our money back for the most part. Again, this is the graph. We're going to swing a little bit more today, though. We got a nice cushion on the day that we can swing into now. All right, guys, how you guys doing? You guys green or red today? Green or red? Again, if you want to trade this market momentum, you guys see me, I'm basically trading the S&P 500, right? On the futures market with no PDT restrictions. I can day trade, I can short in futures without PDT restrictions. Top Step is a funded account program, great middle ground, less than $150 a month for the challenge account, right? So they're going to give you a demo, and if you can hit their targets while following their rules, and if you can do it and pass it by taking calculated risks, then they'll fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. Very low startup amount, less than $150 a month. And again, they're going to give you a demo at first and test you. But even if you don't pass, it builds you into a better trader. You can check out more at the link in the description. Market's still pumping up right now. Market's still pumping up. So good. We love this right here. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call today low liquidity. This is definitely high liquidity, Jobless claims helped everything, really, is what this is. Tesla's starting to break down here, so we're going to buy one contract, start it off, and then maybe add to it and maybe cut it, depending on what the market does here. Two contracts now. I like that down wick that we showed. See if we get the pop. Looks like it wants to, but I don't like this price action here either. Okay, maybe not. I took a little bit off, let the rest ride up here. I just made it out there, made about $20 on that trade too. So here's the P&L graph so far. Not bad. About 130 in profit today. It's $100 to reset Ahmed. I'm pretty sure. I would make sure though. I would confirm with them to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's $100. All right. Hey, market's still pumping up though, guys. I mean, listen, we're gonna slow it down because we've already made so much money, so we need to buy pullbacks here is what we're looking for. But the more it happens, the less confident we are in them anyway, you know. So we just gotta chill. All right, Tesla popping up. So Tesla dragging the market back up to test highs here. Just broke highs of the day again for the SPY, dragging everything else up with it. That's really nice. SPY finally dipping down some here. It's not from Tesla though. I don't know what this is from. Apple is what this is from. So Apple dipping, SPY dipping with Apple some now. Yeah, I would suggest micros next time I'm in. Micros are going to be better, rather, you know. Nice. Apple popping back up. Google breaking highs again over 88s. Disney still pumping back up too. SPY just broke highs again. Yeah, what's crypto at right now? Cool. I don't know if Disney's going to hit 110. It might take a while, but sometime eventually, probably it will. Just how long that takes, who knows. Also, y'all check out our Discord, man. We got a completely free Discord here. We got a lot of great sections here talking about a lot of stuff. So check out our Discord here, man. We got a lot of cool stuff at our Discord. You know, we got a voice chat. We got a main trading chat. You know, we do all this cool stuff. Main trading chat, voice chat, hangout room, main trading. Pawn posts a lot of these daily movers talking about big stuff going on. We got signals, everything else, economic calendar. This shows you what Kramer's saying. This shows you what Bloomberg's saying. This shows you what Reuters is saying. It's all completely free. Join it now. Check out the link here, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, well, Mana is a blockchain game-related stock. There's the Discord link right there. So we got a little baby dip here. I'm going to buy one contract and start it off small here. And maybe if we get some other stuff after that, we will add some more to it. But for the time being, we're going to start it off small and not push too heavy And we'll probably end up cutting this here for a small little, yeah, we're going to sell. $10 loss, very small. Here's the graph today so far, guys. It's beginning a little pop up. We'll see if we hold here. There we go. So Disney still pump it up. Still looks solid here. Let me get the music back on. Yeah, so we're consolidating here. Disney's bouncing. Google pulled back. But yeah, Disney's what's pulling the market back up. Tesla's pulling back heavy, though, under 120. Apple's fading. Disney's ripping up, though. Disney's leading the market. So is Google. So Disney's testing highs again. Google's bouncing. Apple is fading. So Apple is really what is tanking down here. Apple is not leading the market. Apple is doing worse relative to the market here. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we're up about 1,300 on our swings today. You're starting to get a little pop in markets, too. All right, so Disney just broke highs again, guys, up to almost $87 a share. Google all the way up to 88s right now. So good. All right, you'll love to see it. Google and Disney, hey, man, look at this. You love to see this, man. So, hey, cool. Hopefully we get some continuations here, man. And we just continue to rip up. Google breaking highs. Disney just flying up here, man. Wow. What? Ah, dude. All right, so market's still testing highs. Google popping up. Disney ripping up here. Disney leading the market right now, which is really nice for me personally because this is kind of what I'm holding. You love to see this, man. Wow, Disney up to 87 plus here, guys. 87 plus. Market's flying up with it too, man. Wow, dude. Market is still flying up, man. Disney is all the way up to 87.20s here. Same thing with Google. We're kind of just slowly capitalizing on it, taking profit here. Again, on average, stocks move up. They might have tough times, you know. Bro, I don't know if my computer is lagging or what, but hold on one second, guys. Finally getting a dip here. I don't know what to do with this. Again, we're up so much already that part of me is like, okay, don't buy anymore. You know, we're just moving up too much. The other part of me is like, well, man, we're moving up so much. You know. Disney's still ramping up here, man. SPY's still pumping up. Again, we're just so extended. Disney's still approaching highs that up to 87.18s here, man. Google's still pumping up. Again, I'm just kind of sitting in these now. I'm not going to take any more off today. We're just going to let this ride if we can. I'm finally getting some pullbacks, but Disney is still breaking highs. Finally, man. Get out of this. Huge rip-ups. What? Bro. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to build a thumbnail over here, and my thumbnail software is just not working that great. Disney just flying up, man. Meta flying too. Yeah, I mean, most tech stocks are huge rips. Tesla is now testing highs of the day. No, but it's still very risky, Jeremy. Yeah, make sure you trade the micro E-mini, not the regular E-mini. That's for sure, 100%. Like, the regular E-mini will get you in trouble. Market's still pricing highs here. Disney pressing highs, Google breaking highs. So, hey, you love it. Finally, man, I got the thumbnail freaking thing working. I can close out this glitchy software. Ugh, man. There we go. Huge high break again, man. The market is flying up. Even Apple is starting to rip up now, man. Wow, dude. You love this, man. I love to see this, dude. Again, we can just ride this thing up. Apple's starting to pump up. Tesla's starting to break highs here. What a crazy day, to be honest here. Y'all hit that subscribe button here. We cover all this data live every weekday for free right here. So if you haven't yet, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. Let me move this up so you can see just how much we are flying right now, man. All right, so finally getting a little bit of a pullback, and trust me, we have scaled out a lot of our trades. I mean, because we can, we needed to, you know. So we've scaled out a lot of stuff. Yeah, Santa rally's a little bit late, but that's all right, you know. Do me a favor, subscribe if you haven't yet, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to hold these gains for sure. I could definitely see a short. I might actually take one here, but it's just going to start off with one contract short. It's also kind of catching a fallen knife, so to speak. I wouldn't really recommend it. And there's a part of me that hopes I'm wrong. I'm going to cut it out here and just chill. Man, stocks breaking highs again here, man. Wow. That is crazy. Good. Tesla's about to hit 122 most likely here. Also, guys, we're going to switch to our crypto channel, guys, and cover some crypto news and stuff like that. So, hey, let's hope the market keeps ripping up. If you haven't already, like I said, check out Top Step. Top Step is the most legit funded account program in the world. What I'm trading right now is on Top Step. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo, here's the rules right here. So the 50K package, they give you a demo of 50K. If you can hit 3K in profit on that 50K demo without losing 2K total or $1,000 a day with 5 contracts max, they fund you $50,000 if you can pass their testing. 50K with a 90% split once you're funded, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. The most legit funded account program in the world. They pay out over 7 million since 2020, 600 average traders funded a month, been around for over a decade. So they are legit. And if you want to check it out, again, great way to help support the channel. 90-10 split once you're funded. You get to keep your first 5K, fast payouts, all that good stuff. And so again, if you want to check it out, great way to help support the channel. You can get 20% off. Another really green day trading on them. And honestly, Disney is still ripping highs, guys. Disney is still breaking highs right now. Google's testing highs too. So, hey, listen, if you want to check out Top Step and trade some of this action here, you can in Top Step. Here's the link. We do have a crypto channel. It's youtube.com/beginnercrypto. Also, y'all check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. Incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. If you look at the SPY, or you can use it in crypto. Speaking of crypto, you can use it in Bitcoin. You can use it in crypto. Here is Bitcoin right here. And you can see one thing here is that it literally calls the tops and bottoms. You can use this on the SPY crypto. Look at how accurate this is, right? Just real quick. They are a sponsor of my video, but look at how accurate this is. Like, check this out. Like, look. So let's just draw every time they were right. They were right here. We dropped afterwards. They were wrong here. So we're going to put an X there. They were right here. Huge bounce afterwards. They were right here. Big drop afterwards. They were right here with the bullish engulfing hammer and possible reversal. A big bounce. They were right here. We dropped immediately afterwards. They were right here. So we bounced immediately afterwards. And so again, I'm John Madden over here. Check out Chart Prime. It's very cheap for what it offers. It gives you candlestick momentum identifiers like patterns. It automatically documents support or resistance. They have an amazing oscillator. They tell you reversal signals, a ton of other stuff. This is just a small percentage. If you use my link right now and you at checkout, it should give you 40% off. So that makes it like 35, 40 bucks a month. Very cheap for what you're getting. You can find the link to that in the description as well if you're interested. Don't go anywhere, guys. As soon as we close this stream, we're immediately going to bring you to our crypto stream to see what the crypto market is doing right now. So don't go anywhere. We're going to close this stream. We're going to go to the crypto stream. So yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. As soon as we close the current stream, we're going to go to the crypto stream, and I'll see you guys over there. If it doesn't bring you, it's youtube.com/beginnercrypto. So if it doesn't bring you for whatever reason, it should. But if it doesn't, here's the link. When you get over to the crypto channel, sub, check it out. Love you all. Y'all stay safe. A beautiful day for me in stocks. Again, we're up a little bit under 1,400 on our swings. I mean, again, this is just on the day, though. Like, we were losing a little bit ahead of this day. So, take that into consideration, but full transparency. But yeah, we're up about 1,300, 1,400 right now in swings. So, hey, you love to see it. Love you all. Y'all stay safe. We'll see you guys over there. And yeah, we'll be right back with the crypto show.